Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the County Council meeting today. It is Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. I know we have a full chamber today. We have 3 proclamations, and we are going to begin with recognizing Age-Friendly Community 10-year anniversary. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Albanaz, and he's doing this with the County Executive.
Yes, the whole gang. All right. Good morning, good people. My name is Councilmember Gabe Albornoz. It is a privilege and honor to be with all of you today as we get the band back together again for our age-friendly initiative. Thank you all so much for being here today. And following that band theme, on lead vocals today is Sean Brennan. We've got Chuck Kaufman on bass. We've got the county executive lead guitar. We've got Odile Brunetto, lead keyboard, and looking down on us from heaven and managing our band is Dr. Jay Kinney. It is truly such a privilege and honor to be with all of you today. So this initiative didn't start 10 years ago. It actually started 12 years ago when a group of remarkably dedicated community members brought forward the concept of securing an age-friendly designation for us here in Montgomery County. Now, there are now thousands of age-friendly designations across the country, but then there were very few. And that journey was an extraordinary one because it brought together our public, private, and nonprofit sectors in the form of a senior summit that provided recommendations, policy recommendations, budget recommendations, and connected us in ways that we had never truly been connected before. And the name of our band is the Silver Tsunami, because that was what the initiative was coined at the time. And what we have learned since then is how important these initiatives are, both the journey as well as the designation itself. And who could have known that we would have gone through a global pandemic that so disproportionately impacted our aging community, that we sadly are now going through a second presidential administration whose policies at the national level are disproportionately impacting our aging population. And it just underscores why it's so important for us to establish initiatives like this here in Montgomery County. I was proud 12 years ago to have been on the ground level and have had a small role in the development of this initiative, but it has truly made an impact on every single one of us. And I was taught at a very early age that the mark of a strong culture in a community is how we treat our elders. And we are so fortunate here in Montgomery County to have such a strong and vibrant senior community who continues to contribute to this community in every way imaginable. I now want to introduce our county executive, Mark Elrich.
So I'm really happy to be here, and I remember the early discussions, and it actually took work. You had to actually change things and do things that made you an age-friendly community. And that was an important step for us. And I think that's why there's 2 years between the discussion to when we actually launch. And this is an anniversary of 10 years of actual existence. And I think it's really important. I'm one of these aging seniors. I turned 76 this weekend. So I can relate. And I want to age in place. And so I get the impulse for everybody to want to, keep the house and the friends and the community around them as they age, rather than, go off and live in a place where you now have to adapt to strangers in a whole new way of living. So I understand the importance that people put on an age-friendly community and the ability of people to age in place in their homes. I also know that the growth of the villages has also been rather astounding. I mean, they started out and they were really small at first, but they've taken off, and the villages play a big role in the community. A lot of people take advantage of them, and there are a lot of volunteers who are willing to go out there and make their time available, and that helps make it possible for a person to stay at home. If you can get to a doctor, if you can get to a grocery store, the more you can live a semblance of normal life and not have to drive a car, then you can continue to stay in your home and in your community. So, I'm really proud to be associated with this. And I would just give you an example of something the county did during COVID that I think is one of the foremost signs of being age-friendly. When we got the vaccines and we had choices, well, we were trying to come up with what's the order of who gets vaccinated. And there was an order, and the seniors were supposed to be the first people vaccinated. And so Montgomery County got its ration of doses from the state, and the state had other vaccine they put out. And we were doing fine. We were doing the seniors first. And then the governor, under pressure from a lot of people, decided to open the floodgates to anybody who wanted the vaccine. Montgomery County kept its vaccine and continued to use its vaccine for seniors only until we got through that population, because they were the most likely people to get sick and the most likely people to die if they got sick. And we felt that we needed to stick with the prioritization of that community, and that's something we did during the middle of COVID. And some people would say, please open up the vaccines to everybody. Younger people weren't getting sick and dying the way seniors were. I thought that the county's willingness to do that, and all of us understood what we were doing, to stand behind that policy was really important. So I'm glad to celebrate this, and I just want you to know we've done tangible things, not always easy choices, to make sure we are an age-friendly community. Thank you.
We will now hear from one of the co-chairs of the age-friendly group, Dr. James Bridgers, our Director of Health and Human Services.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to ask Sean Brennan and Dr. Patrice McGee to join me, as well as my co-chair on the age-friendly Montgomery Committee, Adrian Culliter. I was always taught from my grandparents, both maternal and paternal grandparents, who lived to be over 100, that there were 4 seasons in life. And now, in our age-friendly community, most folks are in the fall and winter of their season. But there is hope. There's always hope in Montgomery County because we have great work. We do great work, both nationally and internationally. And so my remarks this morning are mostly acknowledgments and thank you to those who have gone before me, starting with Councilmember Albornoz. Thank you for all the work that you did in laying the groundwork for this particular initiative. 10 years is a long time to have something flourish. And think about it. Internationally, Dr. McGee and Sean and I met with representatives from the World Health Organization, the Pan American Health Organization. So countries like Chile and Mexico and Canada recognize the great work that we do in Montgomery County. Yes, we are always representing, implementing best practices. And so let me get on with my acknowledgement. Yes, I went off script a little bit, but when you get caught up in the moment. I want to thank the Commission on Aging, especially our alumni, Chuck Kaufman, who after careful study of the growing age-friendly movement, strongly encouraged Montgomery County to engage with it. Also Elaine Bender, David Engel, and Linda Burkowski. David and I have many conversations about our support to our nursing homes and our long-term care facility. David, we're still on that trek. We're still fighting the good fight, and we will protect those who are unprotected. We also are joined by Mitzi Herrera, whose dogged pursuit of grant funding, because we need the money, help connect older adults to technology. As our county executive stated during his remarks, we actually bridge the digital divide during COVID, where folks were able to get services that they didn't think were available. And then also to Stuart Rosenthal and the Beacon newspaper and their annual expo that highlights all 10 age-friendly domains. There you go. There you go. See, partnership and partnership. And so I have one ask. we evaluate all the work that we do to show its efficacy and its effectiveness. There is an age-friendly community survey that's going on right now. When you have the opportunity, notice I said when, not if. When you have the opportunity, please visit our montgomerycountymaryland.gov/senior website and respond. This helps build upon our domains, transportation, our senior nutrition programs, all the things that we do in Montgomery County to protect those who are in their fall and winter season of their lives. This continues to work. It continues to be our practice, and we, along with you, can help folks age with dignity, purpose, and last but not least, joy. I'll turn it over to you.
Turn it over to Adrian Clutter.
All right, thank you. And I'm glad you took care of all the remarks. And first, there's so many people to thank in this effort, and we would be here for days to try to thank everyone. And I want to take a moment, and I thought about, what am I going to say today? There's going to be so many great speakers standing next to one right here. And I thought about, what does age-friendly mean to me? As I start to get older and think about, wow, I want Montgomery County to be the place that I, want to retire and grow older and feel safe and feel welcome. Well, it means to me, it means a supportive community. And I started thinking about what that looks like. And the stories just flooded in. The stories of neighbor helping neighbor, helping somebody with the groceries or get to the doctors and the villages. And I thought about Reverend Tim Warner up in the Emery Grove community, and Reverend Kendra in East County, and Sylvia Saunders with the villages. So many things came to mind, and I thought, wow, a supportive community. And that's where I wanted to make my remarks. And so with that, a supportive community is a foundation of a life well lived. And perhaps most importantly, a supportive community inspires interdependence, not just independence. It's not about being alone, but it's about receiving support across generations. Neighbors help neighbors. Friendships grow between young and old, encouraging a sense of purpose and meaning for all. In such an environment, every person is both cared for and empowered to contribute. Engagement is at the heart of a supportive community. It offers opportunities for people to stay involved, to share their knowledge, to make a difference. A supportive community is where older adults find recognition for a lifetime. A supportive community does more than care for its elders. It draws on their wisdom, honors their stories, and ensures all can continue to grow, belong, and thrive. In such a place like Montgomery County, late adulthood is not a time of retreat, but a season for deepening relationships, cultivating legacy, and celebrating the richness of a life well lived. And that is the kind of community that I want to retire in. And that's what we're striving for in a supportive community. And I'd like to just look over my shoulder here and recognize Sean. Because Sean, none of this would have been possible without the steadfast leadership that you have of our age-friendly program manager. Sean has been the heart of the driving force behind this movement. Her vision, her persistence, her humanity have kept us focused on what truly matters. The people of Montgomery County, on behalf of this community, we thank you, Sean, and I personally thank you. And it's easy to stand up here and be a co-chair because I get to represent all of the folks who really do the good work. And Sean, thank you for being our fearless leader in this effort. Thank you.
Amen, and well said. Our final speaker is Ms. Jen Holtz from AARP.
Unfortunately, I think Jen may be on 270s.
All right. We've got transportation folks here. We got to do something about that. All right, we'll then go ahead and read the proclamation. Those were beautiful words by my colleagues and friends, if I could bring the county executive up. And just a quick point of privilege. This is my final proclamation on this side of the aisle. And I can't think of a more appropriate proclamation to give than this one. As I get older, I believe even more in providence. And I think this just sums up my public career in a lot of really important ways. So thank you for bearing with me for a moment there. All right. the County Council of Montgomery County and the County Executive will read this proclamation. Whereas Montgomery County proudly celebrates the 10th anniversary of its Age-Friendly Community Initiative. And
Whereas in December 2015, Montgomery County joined the World Health Organization's global network of age-friendly cities and communities, a global network which now includes 1,739 cities and communities across 57 countries, representing more than 370 million people worldwide.
And whereas the age-friendly movement is guided by the belief that older adults should be fully included in community life, live free from discrimination and poverty, and have opportunities to grow, thrive, and contribute, supported by county policies, services, and environments that promote healthy aging and healthy families. And
Whereas the goals of age-friendly Montgomery are advanced through key focus areas including civic and social involvement, communication and outreach, elder abuse prevention, employment, health and wellness, home and community-based services, housing, planning, outdoor spaces and buildings, senior public safety and transportation and mobility. And
whereas the county department leaders, local businesses, nonprofit organizations, faith communities, the Commission on Aging, and many dedicated advocates have worked together to make meaningful progress in all of these areas. And
whereas residents age 60 and older now make up about 22% of Montgomery County's population, and the number of residents 60 and over is projected to grow by 28% by 2045, compared to a 7.6% growth in the under 60 population. And
whereas we encourage all county residents over 55 to take part in the Age-Friendly Montgomery County Needs Assessment Survey to help us identify areas for improvement and shape future strategies and programs, thereby building a stronger, more inclusive community for everyone. Now, therefore, it be resolved that Mark Elridge, as County Executive, and the entire County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland, proudly recognizes and celebrates the 10th anniversary of Montgomery County's Age-Friendly Initiative and urge all residents to engage in the Age-Friendly Community Needs Assessment process, presented on this 4th day of November in the year 2025 by the County Executive, our Council President, and the entire County Council. All right. All right. All right, let's take a picture.
All right. Thank you very much to Councilmember Albanaz and everyone for that proclamation. We'll now move on to our next proclamation, which is recognizing Remembrance and Reconciliation Month, led by our Council Vice President Juando and Councilmember Sales with the County Executive.
Hey, you all right? Me, you, and Lorianne. Hello. If you're here for the Reconciliation and Remembrance Commission, please come down. And thank you to our aging communities folks. Did you get your food? Okay. It'll still be there. I know. I heard there was an accident. Okay. All right. All right. If you ate the breakfast, you got to come down. You're okay. All right. All right. We're going to get started here. We still got one more proclamation. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. And again, you can continue to make your way down if you're here for the Reconciliation and Remembrance Commission proclamation. Really happy that we're here today. Thank you. I was looking for you, Councilmember Sales, to be here with the County Executive, Councilmember Sales, and the entire council to gather to recognize this really, really important work of reconciliation and remembrance. And we're doing it at a very, very important time in the history of our nation, the history of this county, both of whom will turn 250 years old next year. No more appropriate time to remember where we've been and where we're going in the midst of what's happening at the federal level. I think I have to start by acknowledging the fear that so many in our community are facing right now. Just a few miles from here, in our own community, we're witnessing literally attacks on our neighbors by masked men, people waiting outside of our schools to take parents who've dropped their kids off, funding cuts to some of our most vulnerable residents, and many, many other things in the daily drama that is this federal administration. But I also want you to know that we've been here before. The tactics of fear, division, and exclusion are not new. They echo throughout our county's history, through our country's history, and it's a similar script. And just as our ancestors resisted and overcame, so will we in this moment. As one of the original sponsors of the legislation creating this commission, I understand deeply why this work matters now more than ever. The mass firing of federal workers, threats to immigrant families, attacks on our very history, the ability to tell what actually happened. Public education, early childhood education, go down the list. And again, we've seen this before. But we've also seen something else. We've seen communities that rise up. We've seen justice that has prevailed. Here in Maryland and in Montgomery County, we've seen great leaders like Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman and Josiah Henson who faced down these unjust systems and won. We saw activists sit at lunch counters and organizers march for voting rights who didn't have guaranteed success ahead of them, but they did it anyway. And they had courage, they had solidarity, and they had a commitment to a better future. I'm often reminded as a black elected official in this building that 2 of the men that were lynched in Montgomery County were dragged from this building. That was a jail, that used to be the county jail, and killed here in Rockville. One of the great things that this commission has done with partners is to memorialize Mr. Sidney Randolph and Mr. John Diggs Dorsey with 2 memorials in front of our council building, along with Mr. George Peck, who was lynched in Poolesville. Those are the 3 documented lynchings. We know there were others in back rooms and backwoods and other forms of terror. And it's really important that we sit with that happened in our county on our watch, and that we're not running away from it. We're saying we're going to move forward from it and recognize what happened and not only remember, but reconcile, which is the name of this commission. I really want to thank the commission and their members, as well as the MoCo LAMP, the Lynching Memorial Project, for all that they've done over the last, Jim was just reminding us upstairs, we passed this bill in 2019, so it's been almost 6 years that we've been doing this work. We've gotten these commissions going. There's so much work ongoing. And now we're moving to I think the even most important part of how do we repair what's been broken. And realizing that things are still being broken right now in this moment. And that work is hard and it's complicated, but it's necessary. You often hear the arc of the moral universe bends towards justice from Dr. King, but these are the folks that are actually bending it by telling the stories, by having a plan of action. And I just want to just thank them for all of their work. I want to turn it over now to Councilmember Sales, followed by the County Executive, and then we'll hear from a couple of our leaders, including the Chair of the Commission. So first, my co-partner, Councilmember Lorianne Sales.
Thank you, Council Vice President Jawando, the County Executive, the Office of Human Rights, and all of the organizations that are present here today, including Jason Green, Chair of the Commission on Remembrance and Reconciliation, Susan Jenkins, CEO of the Arts and Humanities Council. Thank you all for being here as we recognize this important month. And if you were upstairs for the Remembrance and Reconciliation breakfast and you're not up here, feel free to join us, please. I want to thank everyone for their continued leadership. Montgomery County has made real progress, but we must never forget the difficult path that brought us here, or the work that still lies ahead to build a truly inclusive community. That starts with understanding our history. It's the responsibility of all of us, including our state and federal partners, to support efforts to study and understand how we got here. This month is a chance to reflect, educate, and ensure that future generations know the pain and resilience of our past. I want to recognize the Maryland and the Montgomery County Lynching Memorial Project for the powerful work in uncovering stories of racial terror and injustice. We acknowledge that the past does not define us today, but remembrance is essential. By telling the truth about the many victims who were denied justice, we keep their memory alive. At a time when our federal administration seeks to erase or censor the history from our museums and classrooms and curriculums, it's more important than ever before to stand up for truth. Learning hard truths isn't weaknesses, it's a strength. It brings our diverse communities a better understanding of the intergenerational traumas we carry and how we are coming together in healing. I'm proud to represent a county that embraces this work. Before we hear from our guest speakers, I would ask for a brief moment of silence to honor those lost to hate, violence, and racism. Thank you all. May we use this month to recommit ourselves to sharing and learning about our history and work towards a better future for everyone in our community and country. And now I'll turn it over to County Executive Elrich. Thank you.
So this is one of the more important things that we do. And it's important to Montgomery County, and it's important to our residents. And it's important to acknowledge the past and the present. And unfortunately, we have to acknowledge the present in ways we don't want to right now. It is extraordinary to watch a president of the United States actively erasing the history of black people from the United States. I don't think any of us ever thought we'd see active erasure. It was a struggle to get this information public, and to watch somebody deliberately try to take this down is really alarming. And I think they understand the damage that they're trying to cause. As a white kid who grew up in D.C. in the 50s, during when D.C. integrated, and integrated meant that the white families left the district and moved to the suburbs. When you crossed the Silver Spring line at Georgia and Alaska, you were welcomed by realtors who would remind you that Silver Spring is still segregated in 1960. That doesn't end until 67, when the county outlaws racial covenants, the enforcement of the racial covenants that existed on most property in Montgomery County. That's life, and that was life growing up in Montgomery County. If you've been in my middle school, way back there in junior high school, I went to Montgomery Hills Junior High School, and we had a civil rights debate in 1962. And the pro side of that debate was what you'd expect, like every human being should have civil rights. The con side of that debate was that, and this is from students, that black people were not fully human, They represented the subspecies that needed to be treated like children and taken care of. It was kind of appalling to me when I heard it, and the fact that teachers didn't say anything. It was just another legitimate opinion in this discussion about human rights in the United States. And I always talk about that to people because you have to understand when we're dealing with adults and sometimes older children who are no longer children anymore and they have ideas, they don't float out of thin air. They are rooted in people early on. And I would always think about the kids who thought like that and wonder whether they would ever change the way they looked at the world, because their parents reinforced it and they believed it, and no one in school said, "Are you out of your mind?" And it just goes on. At some point, it just becomes normal. And this country has done so much to normalize racism that makes it very difficult to erase the impacts of racism. And that's why the work of this commission is important. You've got to be able to tell the truth about what happened. You have to own what happened, and you have to take steps to undo the damage that was done. That's why this county in no way, shape, or form is going to back away from DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Say the words, they're real. And we're not going to do what the president's doing with the bridge and saying you can't have contractors if you get to hire the contractors through some kind of fair employment program. We're not going to fund the bridge. We're going to give contracts to people who win contracts because they deserve to win contracts, and we continue to have preferences for minorities, for women, for veterans, because there are people in the community who need preferences because of historical discrimination and disadvantage. So Montgomery County is going to keep doing the things to keep active things happening that help change the dynamic. We've got to tell the stories about what's happened here so people understand what happened here and aren't surprised, like, how did people get this way? There's a way you get this way. Teaching something very different is the only way you're going to raise another generation that doesn't believe this. So thank you all for being out this morning, and thank all the people who made this possible, all the folks in the commission and all the other folks around this, and Jim Stowe for making this an important event again this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We'll hear from Director of Human Rights, Jim Stowe.
Thank you to, first of all, President Stewart, members of council. Thank you to the leadership of Vice President Will Jawando and Lorianne Sales for their leadership in bringing this forward as a proclamation. Thank you also to our county executive for his support of this initiative through the Commission on Remembrance and Reconciliation. And I'm a bit full this morning because I'm thinking about today we are acknowledging the personhood of three human beings who had no other particular distinction, reputation, except the fact that they were black. I'm just thinking about Sir George Peck, and as he was taken from the town hall there in Poolsville, the moments of agony that he must have experienced as he hung there, ironically, right outside a church. I understand that folks who had some knowledge of him were able to retrieve the body before they had morning service and was able to take him then to an appropriate burial. Then John Diggs Dorsey. how they took him again, as Councilmember Jawando shared. A building here, the local law enforcement was overcome by those who wanted to make sure justice was served even before justice was delivered. And so they drug him out of this protective environment called the county jail and paraded him through the streets and took him to a place of his death. And again, I'm just feeling today, although obviously vicariously, the pain and suffering he must have gone through and the agony. And then lastly, Cindy Randolph, young man, just happened to be at the wrong place in the wrong skin. Convenience. I suspect, being new to this community, had no idea about what was going on, had no idea about where he was walking or who he might encounter. But that day he did encounter someone that allegedly said he fit the description. And they took him also to the same building. He was also dragged out of here as well. Think about that if that was one of your, if that was your father, if that was your brother, if that was your relative. And let me be real clear, this is not about giving anybody a guilt trip here today, but it's about acknowledging that we had human beings that were strung up and killed and murdered with such cruelty and inhumanity. And then here's the thing that got me most. When it came time for the trial and the final records indicate who was guilty of all this, and the criminal justice system had the audacity to put through parties unknown. Don't kill me twice. The other part of this commission's work is the reconciliation. We have to start that in earnest. And I want to thank David Dice and his crew for helping us make sure that we do the remembrance part. David, thank you for your group who helped us with the construction. And let me just say, I called David and asked the question, David, I need your help. What do I need? And I gave it to him and he delivered. So David, thank you, my brother. So when we get to the reconciliation part, that's going to be the heavy lifting. Montgomery County, we dare not ever be again in the group of folks labeled as parties unknown. That we, in fact, are engaged actively in trying to move this community to a place that we never have been before. Good leadership. Good leadership is not taking you where you need to go. That's an escort service. Good leadership is taking you to a place that you never even imagined. And that's what I'm looking for. And that's what all of us are seeking here in Montgomery County. And so leaders, hear me loud and clear. The path is out there wide open for us. Let's never again be a place where the voices are unheard, but they step up and they sound off and say, hate is not welcome in Montgomery County. Thank you.
All right. We're going to hear from, thank you, Director Stowe. We're going to hear briefly from Jason Green, the immediate past chair of the commission, and then Susan Jenkins, the CEO of the Arts and Humanities Council, and then we will read the proclamation. Jason.
Thank you, Council Member. Thank you to everyone who is before us. This interracial, intergenerational coalition, Force for the Willing. And it's so important because, as Director Stowe just said, these were not isolated events. When we talk about the three known lynchings of Mr. John Diggs Dorsey, Mr. George Peck, Mr. Sidney Randolph, we're talking about activities of the community that involved individual lynch mobs, that involved the corrections institution, that involved the sheriff's office, that involved the newspaper. And so it's so important, critical, necessary, that we meet that force with the same force of community. And so behind me we have the corrections office, we have the sheriff's office, we have the fire chief, we have MoCo LAMP, we have NAACP, we have this coalition of organizations that are dedicated to this work. My job is to tell you a little bit about what the work has been and what the work is going to be. My name is Jason Green. I'm the immediate past chair, and I'm a member of the descendant community of Quince Orchard. And I'm a sixth generation Montgomery County resident and proud descendant of formerly enslaved people in this county. This commission was founded in 2019, and we've done the work that the council has asked of us. We have collected the soil samples in partnership with MoCo LAMP. We have erected the markers that Councilmember Jawando referenced that stand in front of this building. There's a marker for Mr. George Peck also in Poolesville. We have held events throughout the county. We hold events throughout the year. But this month, November, for the last 5 years, has been declared Remembrance and Reconciliation Month. And it is a concentration of our efforts. It's where you see predominance of our programming. It's where we come to you, the community, to join this coalition and walk with us in truth. As you've heard from other speakers, we are in a very difficult moment. Truth is being covered, it's being hidden, it's being erased. Erasure is real. You know, I usually leave the Bible quotations to Director Stowe and my father, but I woke up this morning with Joshua on my mind. And if you don't know the story, there's a story where Joshua is bringing the tribes together in Israel, and they have a decision to make. And he's presenting them with this alternative, but he says, for me and my house, we shall worship the Lord. Montgomery County has that moment right now. You know, through this work, I've transitioned from being just a descendant to now being an ancestor. I became a father. And it forces you to think about this work and our role in this work and what we will leave behind in this work. And so Montgomery County now has the opportunity to say in one united voice that we, in our house, in the month of November, we will serve truth. We will serve justice, and we will pursue it to its natural conclusion. Thank you so much.
Good morning, and thank you all for being here. I especially want to thank my fellow commissioners. My name is Susan Jenkins, and I'm the CEO of the Arts and Humanities Council. We have been a proud member of the commission since its inception. Our work has been to bring the concept of remembrance and reconciliation to the public eye. We've done that through the work. Our first exhibition was Certain Party or Parties Unknown, to really bring to light this racial terror that we've experienced here in Montgomery County, and to ask simply the question, what does reconciliation look like to us? How do you reconcile years, decades, centuries of racial terror in America here in our own community? Our work is to try to do that in a way that's both reflective and restorative. So I want to thank the County Council for hosting the Commission on Remembrance and Reconciliation. I want to especially thank Councilmember Jawando for the concept, which has been sorely needed in our community, and the county executive for supporting the work, because without it, we wouldn't be able to move forward. So as Jason mentioned, we have done a lot of work about reconciliation, and so you'll see this month on your calendars, there are many, many events that the Commission is working on supporting throughout the county. Specifically, on November 22nd, we'll be hosting a panel at Montgomery College at the Tacoma Park Silver Spring campus. And there's only one question that we've asked the community through a survey, and we hope that you'll be completing the survey. And that question is, what in these times does reconciliation mean to me? It's a pretty heavy question. It seems pretty simple, right? But when you consider the times, you consider the history, you consider the terror, what does reconciliation look like to me? One of the ways that we've thought about reconciliation is in an exhibition that's in the Betty Mae Kramer Gallery at the Silver Spring Civic Building entitled Contemplations. It is a reflection as well as a look forward to what reconciliation might be. So I do invite you to the panel on November 22nd at the Silver Spring Tacoma Park Cultural Arts Center, where we'll be discussing the question with a wonderful panel, and we'll hopefully hear from you too. So thank you very much for being here today, and thank you for continuing to keep the efforts of remembrance and reconciliations not only in your mind, but in your heart. Thank you.
All right, we're going to jointly read the proclamation. The Montgomery County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland, proclamation. Whereas, from its inception, Montgomery County was stolen land made home to thousands of individuals whose agency was stolen through enslavement, and we recognize that the local and regional economy benefited from the exploitation of their labor. Following emancipation, racism and oppression persisted in systems and institutions. Racialized terror was committed as a means of subjugation. Segregation was enforced in schools, public facilities, and housing. Covenants and zoning plans were adopted to separate African Americans and white people, while equal and equitable services were not provided to African American neighborhoods and residents. And
whereas we solemnly acknowledge and remember Mr. George Peck, Mr. John Diggs Dorsey, and Mr. Sidney Randolph, 3 known victims of racial terror lynchings in Montgomery County between 1890 and 1896, whose lives were tragically and unjustly taken without due process through acts of racist violence that terrorized African American communities. And
whereas the Remembrance and Reconciliation Commission was created in 2019 to support the goal of bringing the community together to promote understanding of this troubled history and to seek reconciliation among residents. The county executive and council acknowledged the terror that racism and lynching created among African American communities throughout the United States, including in Montgomery County. This legacy perpetuates divisions that are reflected in current inequities and disparities, as well as weakened patterns of voting and civic participation. And
whereas the Remembrance and Reconciliation Commission works in partnership with many organizations, including the Arts and Humanities Council, Montgomery County Public Schools, who just recently is publishing their Reconciliation and Remembrance curriculum. Montgomery History, and the Montgomery County Lynching Memorial Project. We honor the righteous work done to research the stories of the 3 known Montgomery County lynchings, to collect soil samples and to establish markers in the county in their memory. And
whereas the state of Maryland celebrates Emancipation Day on November 1st, marking the date when a new state constitution ended the horrific institution of slavery in Maryland in 1864. This year marks the 161st anniversary of emancipation in Maryland, which occurred 1 year before the passage of the 13th Amendment by the federal government, and as a reminder of our capacity to engage in acts of reconciliation, initiates November as a month of remembrance and reconciliation. And
whereas Montgomery County is now home to multi-ethnic communities whose awareness of deplorable racism and historical discrimination against African Americans cannot be assumed. By openly commemorating, reflecting upon, and grieving the injustices of the past, the county can work to heal and facilitate community-wide reconciliation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Mark Alwitches County Executive and the entire County Council of Montgomery County hereby celebrate the month of November as Remembrance and Reconciliation Month, and be it further resolved that the County Council and the County Executive encourage all county residents to join together in the pursuit of equity, mutual understanding, and moral justice by renewing these commitments each November, and to engage in personal and communal activities of remembrance and reconciliation. Presented this 4th day of November in the year 2025.
Thank you all.
All right, thank you everyone very much for that proclamation. We have one other proclamation today recognizing Veterans Day and Operation Greenlight for veterans. I'll be doing this with the county executive, and so anyone here from the Montgomery County Commission on Veterans, please come down.
Troy, good to see you again. Thank you. See you too. Yeah, thanks for good to see you, man. David, thank you, man. Talk to you.
Take care.
All right. Good luck cutting off Jim's stove.
All right, if anyone is here for the proclamation marking Veterans Day, I know unfortunately our chair of the Commission on Veterans Affairs was unable to make it this morning, but anyone else who's here. So I'm going to get started. Hi, I'm Kate Stewart, the president of the Montgomery County Council, and I'm here with Dr. Stoddard from the County Exec's office. And today we are presenting a proclamation for Veterans Day. And oh, yes, you must come down. We're just going to wait a second. Oh, here. Oh, okay. All right. We're all here now, and I'm going to get started. We're here today to proudly support the U.S. uniformed services and their families, and recognizing military service of our armed forces. Each year on Veterans Day, we pay tribute both to the service and the sacrifices that our veterans have made here for our country. And we are so honored that our veterans not only sacrificed and their families for our country, but also call Montgomery County home. And as we know, as veterans come back, there is an adjustment time for them and their families. And we are very grateful to have our Montgomery County Commission on Veterans Affairs, to have the Commission's Veterans Network Directory, and to have the great folks who are here to support our veterans in Montgomery County. And I will just say that my grandfather was a veteran. He fought in World War II in the Aleutian Islands, which are all the way up there near Alaska. And during World War II, the only way to communicate with his family was through letters. And many, many years later, when I was cleaning out my grandmother's home, my grandfather loved Louisa May Alcott, who wrote Little Women. That was one of his favorite books. I took off the book from the shelf and found all these letters he had written home during that time. And what they said was how much he missed home, his family, but how much love he had for his country, and he knew this is what he had to do at that time. And so every Veterans Day, I hold those letters in my heart and remember the sacrifice that he made and my family made and all veterans make to help protect our country. And we know, as we have stated earlier today, that these are trying times for many people. And making sure that our veterans are supported here in our community is what we need to do to make sure that our democracy stays alive. And so I just want to say thank you to everyone. Also to ask everyone and encourage residents to join us in paying tribute to our veterans to honor Veterans Day. There's going to be events held throughout the county this weekend and next week, including in Rockville, Gaithersburg, Wheaton, and Silver Spring. And I am wearing green today because the county lights up in green for Operation Green Light, as well as the special Operation Green Light Ride-On buses. So I want to thank everyone for joining us today. Before I turn it over to Dr. Stoddard, I just want to quickly have everyone just say their name and the organization they're representing today.
Good morning. My name is Leslie Danzler, and I am actually representing myself. I am a veteran.
Thank you.
Vernon Ricks. I'm representing the United States Air Force and was proud to serve in the early 1960s. My last station was in Great Falls, Montana, and I worked on the Minuteman missile intercontinental nuclear system. So I'm proud to have served.
Good morning again. My name is James Bridges. I am the director of the Department of Health and Human Services, also a proud service member. Go Army. I'm not going to say anything about the Air Force, but go Army. Hua. And great to be here to celebrate veterans and all that we do and you do in support of us.
Good morning, everyone. Patrice McGee, and I serve as the Chief of Aging and Disability Services, which is the service area where the Commission on Veterans Affairs is supported.
Good morning, everyone. Ann Mazer. I'm CEO at EveryMind, and our program Serving Together partners with our veterans in the community, connecting them with services. And I'll also note, Veterans Day is always special to me. Also, my father served in World War II also in the Navy.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Sanders. I'm Director of Advocacy at EveryMind, and my father, too, was a veteran of World War II, so a special meaning for me, too. Thank you.
Elwood Gray. I am one of the commissioners here in Montgomery County. I'm a Vietnam veteran, and I'm with the 101st Airborne Division. And on Veterans Day, Glen Haven Elementary School, which is right down the street, they're having a very sumptuous breakfast for the veterans. And so if you could just pass that word along, and always go Army.
Thank you, Commissioner, as well. And I'll turn it over now to Dr. Stoddard.
I want to thank Council President Stewart, members of the council, for having us over to recognize Veterans Day. My grandfather also served. He was stationed during World War II. Actually, was fought in Bora Bora in the South Pacific as well. So I'm sure everyone in this room has had a family member, a friend, or others serve, and I know how important it is to all of us to recognize the 37,000 veterans that call Montgomery County home. And as you heard, so many of the veterans in Montgomery County still serve in other capacities, whether they're in uniform for our police department or fire department, our county agencies like Dr. Bridgers, or on our boards and commissions to continue to provide their guiding light to all of us as we move forward. I do want to take a moment to just recognize some of the many accomplishments of the Commission on Veterans Affairs that was established in 2008. They've fought for veterans' rights and veterans' services for many years now, and I think it's important that we acknowledge the successes that they've secured for veterans across Montgomery County over the years. Through advocacy with the Maryland Department of Veterans and Military Families, a Veterans Benefits Specialist was hired by the state to serve Montgomery County and is located actually at the Motor Vehicle Administration in Gaithersburg. I hope they can get to the lines faster than everyone else does. That's an important thing. The Department of Health and Human Services actually funds the work of Serving Together, which is a collection of local community-based veteran resources for veterans, service members, and their families. Its goal is to provide clear guidance on how to access support and services that veterans rely on. The veterans needed a VA primary facility in Montgomery County, so the DC VA Medical Center established a community-based outpatient clinic in Gaithersburg in 2018, which serves for primary care for over 5,000 veterans. The commission was told that our county was too wealthy to justify being given housing vouchers through HUD. So with the help of Senator Van Hollen's office, the county has now been awarded more than 120 such vouchers over the last decade or so. County Executive and County Council passed legislation in 2009 for the county's hiring preference for people with disabilities and veterans, including disabled veterans. As of November 2017, they had hired more than we'd hired hundreds of veterans, and over the last several years, it's only grown since there. So I really appreciate that we're here recognizing the work of our veterans, that we continue to do it, the work that the county government and this council does every day. And the county also wants to make sure we pay tribute to those veterans, that if you want to know some of the memorials across the county for our veterans, you can find those at montgomerycountymd.gov/veterans, and the displays that are at the Rockville Memorial Library and the Silver Spring Vet Center as well. So thank you very much.
As always, Dr. Stoddard is full of information and good resources, and now we'll read the proclamation. Whereas residents of Montgomery County, Maryland have served with courage, dedication, and loyalty in every major military conflict since 1776, and
whereas those who have given their lives defending the principles of freedom during conflicts are and forever will be deserving of the highest gratitude and honor by the people of Montgomery County, and
whereas Montgomery County, as a green light for Veterans County, seeks to honor individuals who have made countless sacrifices for freedom by placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all, and
whereas more than 36,000 county veterans continue to serve our community in the American Legion, Veterans of Foreign Wars, Commission on Veteran Affairs, religious groups, civil service, and by function as county veteran service officers in 29 states to help former service members access more than $52 billion in federal health, disability, and compensation benefits each year, and
whereas Montgomery County appreciates the sacrifices of our armed and uniformed service personnel and believes specific recognition should be granted. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Mark Elridge, as County Executive, and the entire County Council of Montgomery County, Maryland, hereby declare November 4th through Veterans Day on November 11th, 2025 as Operation Green Light for Veterans, which is a time to salute and honor the service and sacrifices of our men and women in uniform transitioning from active service. Montgomery County, in observance of Operation Green Light, encourages its residents to recognize the importance of honoring all those who made immeasurable sacrifices to preserve freedom by displaying green lights in a window of their place of business or residence from November 4th through November 11th, 2025, presented on the 4th day of November in this year by the County Executive and myself, the Council President. Thank you, everyone. All right, thank you everyone for those very moving proclamations this morning. We will now move on to general business. There are no formal announcements and no minutes for approval, but we do have one announcement that today is the birthday of our Executive Director, Craig Howard. So happy birthday to Mr. Howard. With all the proclamations he thought I was going to forget. All right, our agenda item 1 today is the introduction of a resolution to approve special appropriations to the FY26 operating budget, Montgomery County Government Community Grants Non-Departmental Account in the for over $2 million, Economic Development Fund and $500,000, Department of Health and Human Services $1.5 million, the Office of Food System Resilience and $3.5 million. The public hearing and action are scheduled for November 18, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Before I turn it over to colleagues or Mr. Smith, and I just want to say thank you to everyone. We announced this last week. Today is the formal introduction of this resolution, and as we have been doing from day one on this, the council has been working closely with the county exec's office, county departments, and our nonprofit partners to ensure we have a coordinated response to the policies and ever-changing fiscal and service impacts caused by the Trump administration. And it has not escaped me that today is election day around the country. And the last election day, after we got the results, this council stepped into action. Then Councilmember Friedson was council president, and we stood up the first United in Service and Support event for resources for the county, which was followed by a series of webinars that each member of the county council led. And then we also this afternoon are going to vote for the supplemental for the hiring preference for federal workers who have been riffed and fired, that was led by Council Vice President Jawando. Recently, with all the back and forth on the SNAP funding and the continued federal shutdown, we have entered a heightened phase of community need, and we need to take action. So today we are formally introducing a $7.75 million public service support package for Montgomery County residents and nonprofit partners. As I said, there are 5 components: $3.5 million in food assistance to the Office of Food Systems Resilience, $2.25 million for community partner support to fund 2 grant programs for our nonprofits, one to help offset canceled or delayed federal funds, and another for capacity building, technical assistance, and to strengthen the resilience of our nonprofits. Another is $1 million to increase funding for our SHARP program, which is the Short-Term Housing Resolution Program, $500,000 for the Moco Pride Center, which has been underfunded in the past, and as needs escalate for services for our LGBTQI plus community and assisting in protecting basic rights. And then the final piece is economic development, $500,000 for our MOVE grants, because we know that even during these times, we need to provide for people's basic needs. We also need to make sure that we are growing our economy here in Montgomery County and planning for the future. So these are the basic needs of our community at this time, and we know there's more to do. And we will hear from our Department of Health and Human Services in a moment this morning about the work that they're doing, and the continued partnership will need to be to address, particularly when we're seeing the impacts to our healthcare system. And I do want to take a moment to thank all the nonprofits who have joined with us and continue to do this work and are being hit so hard at this time. Just want to recognize that we have Nonprofit Montgomery here, Seek, Empowering the Ages, Cornerstone, Every Mind, the Jewish Council for Aging, the Student Global Ambassador Program, and many more who couldn't be with us today, but who have helped us think through how we as a community are going to weather this time. And I just want to thank those who are able to join us here in person today. And so before I turn it over to Mr. Smith, I have a couple of colleagues who would like to speak. First, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Friedson.
Thank you, Madam President. Really want to appreciate and applaud your leadership in crafting this together. I want to thank all of our nonprofit leaders who really were at the forefront of putting forward the ideas that came together to make this package possible, and thank as well Councilmember Balcom for her work, and all colleagues for the enthusiastic support. This package isn't just about money, it's a message that Montgomery County government is going to respond decisively to meet this moment. and that we'll continue to invest in growing the local economy so we can maintain the services that our residents rely on, and in deepening and strengthening the social safety net partnership that we have with our nonprofit community. The only way we're going to navigate these challenging times is by bringing together the public, private, and nonprofit sectors in true partnership. That's really what this package is all about, to strengthen that partnership, to work together with our nonprofit providers, those who are on the front lines of supporting our community social safety net at a time when it is more challenged than ever before. We can't rely on federal grants and the federal government. We have to come together as a community to ensure that we don't leave anybody in Montgomery County behind. And this is going to be a lifeline to organizations that desperately need it to serve residents who are more challenged than ever before. We have many people who just a month ago were volunteering for some of our nonprofit community partners, and over the weekend they were in line receiving food. And it is a wake-up call to all of us of the thin line between those who have and can give and those who don't, who must receive. And all of us, I think, who are in a position to do something about it need to step up. And our county government is stepping up, our community is stepping up, our nonprofit partners are stepping up, and we need to do this together. So thank you for the leadership. I'm very proud to serve on this council. In the depths of COVID in the early days, Montgomery County government and this Montgomery County Council stepped up with the first public health emergency grant program, the first of its kind of any local jurisdiction anywhere around the region. And similarly, in this moment of challenge, we are stepping up again. So proud to serve on this body, proud to live and to represent Montgomery County, and look forward to navigating through this crisis in partnership.
Thank you. Councilmember Balcom. Thank you. I want to echo what Council President Stewart mentioned and lift up our nonprofit organizations who have been working overtime to meet the needs of our community. Our nonprofits have been hit by both sides. Not only are they worried about their funding and their revenue source, but they're also seeing a significant increase in the demand and requests. And so they work tirelessly, and this resolution shows you that we will never take you for granted. We know how hard you work. We are here with you. And I was at a food distribution site this weekend, and not only were federal employees coming in to get food, but they were also then signing up to work shifts. So there are so many resources available and so many ways to give. I thank all of my colleagues for putting that message out. So please know that we're here for you. Thank you. Thank you. Council Vice President Joando.
Thank you. I was not able to be at the press conference last week. I was overseas on an economic development trip, hopefully getting some companies to move here. And this move money will be part of that to grow our economy so that we can support our residents. I want to thank all colleagues for stepping up in the midst of a very difficult time, understanding that what the president is doing is illegal, and the courts have said it. You can't hold back life-saving food assistance and life-sustaining food assistance. They've now said they'll give half of the money. It's going to create delays and make it more difficult for states like our state to get the money out. But I'm really proud to live in a state and a county where we say we're going to step up and support our residents no matter what. I'm thankful that the governor has put $10 million on the table. I'm thankful that this will be in addition to that, but these are still going to be very difficult times. We are on the front end of this crisis, unfortunately, not on the back end, and we're going to have to assess and step up. Also, the housing assistance that's in here is going to be critical for people. We know many folks. We've seen a doubling in evictions just in the last several months. People who have actually been evicted, not the writs, the people who are actually out of their homes. And I know all of us are hearing from residents. I was in church this weekend, and we took a poll of residents to ask who's in need of food assistance. I mean, that's how bad this is. And I want to thank all of our nonprofit community, some of who are represented today, who have always augmented and created the ability for us to reach more residents. I know you're hurting too, both emotionally and financially. And so while this won't solve everything, just know that we're fully committed to
your support of our residents. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Council Vice President Jawando. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate your leadership in bringing the council together to support our residents in need. The President and Republicans in Congress are trying to abandon us. They've fired federal workers and have ended work with contractors. They've closed the federal government, now at historic levels, the longest federal shutdown in history, disproportionately affecting our own community here in Montgomery County. But what we are doing today, unified in our government, is making sure that we support our neighbors, making sure that our nonprofit partners are able to provide the support to help every single person, whether it is in food security, whether it is in making sure our small businesses can continue paying the rent and their employees, and making sure that everybody feels safe, welcome, and secure here in Montgomery County. The last time we took these types of actions was during COVID, and we did it as one unified community. And I'm proud to live in a county and proud to live in a state where we support our residents, support our small businesses, and do the work we have to do together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sales.
Thank you, Council President Stewart and my colleagues. The decisions that are being made at the federal level are impacting our local community, and I am grateful that we were able to appropriate this $7.75 million package. I too joined colleagues over the weekend for the food distribution and appreciated some of the folks who stopped to talk and share their stories. From residents who talked about losing the breadwinner in their home, to residents who came from outside of our borders to seek food resources. Even Manna was talking about how they were so overwhelmed by the distributions that they needed. We also visited CASA last week to look at their facility that they are making improvements on to ensure that there are pathways to self-sufficiency and workforce development training opportunities. They have attorneys on site who are helping folks who have been rounded up, kidnapped by ICE enforcement. And so I would like to propose an amendment to this package. We heard from CAO Madaleno that there's almost $785 million appropriated in our reserves. Just thinking about OFSR and CASA and Identity and their increasing needs, and how $2 million or even $1.5 million to go to OFSR, what that would mean to these organizations. $1.5 million to the Office of Food Systems and Resilience, and $500,000 to CASA and Identity. Being in the sessions with some of our nonprofits, we heard from the director, Heather Bruskin, that 2 weeks is as far as this money could take us. And even the federal government, I heard this morning, even if the funds are released, 100% of these funds will not get to the residents. They'll get 50% at most, and we don't know when that's going to come. And we know that our pantries are being overwhelmed, and we know that our families are being hit very hard. And so I propose an amendment for an increase to the following. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sales. We can take that up before we have the public hearing and action next week. Today is just introduction. I'm seeing no other colleagues wishing to speak. Mr. Smith, is there anything else?
Nope, you covered everything.
All right, great. This is introduced then. Again, we will have the public hearing and action on November 18th. The reason we're doing both public hearing and action on the same day is we want to make sure the money gets out and we're moving forward with this. I know our director of our Office of Food Systems Resilience is already working with many of our nonprofits that we actually started to hear from this weekend, that they've already been contacted, and we're very thankful to the county exec's office Service and our Office of Food Systems Resilience that they have begun to move forward on this initiative. So thank you very much. Item 2 is a discussion to better understand federal changes and impact to Medicaid. We have our Office of Health and Human Services with us today. And I will, as they walk down, I want to say to our central staff, thank you so much for the incredibly detailed packet that was presented to us. As folks will remember, this is the second in a series of council briefings that I scheduled this fall. On October 14th, we had a discussion on understanding federal changes and impacts to grant programs and food assistance. Again, as I mentioned today, we're doing federal changes and impact on Medicaid programs, and then we're scheduled on December 9th to have a discussion of fiscal plan update, which we typically have scheduled in early December. And so all of this is in review of what's happening at the national level, specifically H.R. 1, the bill that passed this summer, and the impacts it have. But as we just mentioned, there are continuing to be policies and changes to programs that continue to impact us here in Montgomery County and our residents. First, I'll turn it over to our council staff to tee us up, and then over to our Director Bridgers at our Health and Human Services.
Good morning, Council President and Council members. Thank you so much for having us today. In your packet, I will say it is a high-level review of H.R. 1, One Big Beautiful Bill Act. And we did not talk about all of the provisions in the bill related to health care, but we did put the vast majority in here so that you would have a good grasp of the changes and how it will affect Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act in the next 10 years. I think what's most important to note, I would say on the page 2, is that most of the provisions affect the single adult making less than 138% of federal poverty level. So these are really the changes that were put in place by the Affordable Care Act in 2010. And so it's really tearing away at the provisions of the Affordable Care Act to make Medicaid no longer affordable for, or no longer available for a single adult. And so I will stop right there. My colleague and I highlighted a portion we thought one of the most impacted populations were seniors. And so we did highlight that in our report, but of course all populations will be affected. So was there anything you had to add? All right, and we'll stop right there, and thank you for DHHS for coming over.
Great. Thank you. Dr. Bridges, I will turn it over to you so you can introduce your team and everyone who's here. Thank you.
Good morning, Council President Stewart again, Council Vice President Jawando, and the entire council sitting this morning. The Care Bears are in full force. I brought the whole squad with me so that we can answer your questions. This is a time where we need to come together, as you said. I want to open up with this remark. In 1966, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. posited this quote during the annual meeting of the Medical Committee for Human Rights. He said that of all the forms of inequality, injustice in health care is the most shocking and inhumane. 59 years later, 5 years after his first administration, we find ourselves having this conversation. It is an immediate threat to what we do in the health and human service world, and it is, in fact, an all-hands-on-deck approach. Everyone sitting at the table, and I will let them introduce themselves when they have a part of speaking this morning, but we are all in it. Unlike COVID, we had an abundance of funds flowing. Now there are no monies. We have to be creative in what we do to protect those who are at risk. And yes, what do we plan to do today? We will share what we know in detail as best as we can. We will discuss what we don't know because there's a lot of uncertainty looming at the federal and the state level. We just don't know. We don't have the guidance. We don't know how the premiums will be impacted, but we are ready and prepared. We're doing a lot of things in the background. And then last but not least, we have an action plan that no doubt will change based on the response to the threats posed by H.R. 1 and all the things that it will do to break up this system of health and human services. I will stop there. I'll turn it over to our team, the council staff. Thank you so much for all the work that you did in putting this together, all the conversations so that we could prepare, along with the executive team, input that will help inform and have a robust presentation for you this morning. First slide, please. You got the first one? Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, IT.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
Dr. Ashford.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Dr. Nina Ashford, Chief of Public Health Services within DHHS. So before we dive into the presentation today, I just want to level set and explain a little bit what Medicaid is for those that might not be familiar. So Medicaid is a state federal program, which means states pay for a portion of it and feds pay for a portion of it. And it helps cover medical costs for different groups of people, low-income individuals, families and children, pregnant women, elderly people with disabilities. It also covers medical costs for certain adults and offers benefits that are not normally covered by Medicare. So a lot of folks don't realize almost half of all of the births in this country are covered by Medicaid. Over 60% of nursing home residents are covered by Medicaid. So often people think that it's just a program that people are taking advantage of, but it is a critical lifeline for people in this country. And Medicaid was also the tool that we used to expand healthcare coverage through the Affordable Care Act. So it allowed groups that were not normally covered, those adults ages 18 to 64 that meet the income criteria, to now be able to get health insurance through the exchanges and through Medicaid. As we go into this presentation, we're going to talk at a high level about potential impacts of H.R. 1, but I will say that a lot of what is in H.R. 1 and the direct impacts on Montgomery County will be dependent on what the state does in terms of finalizing their policies, procedures, and processes. So we won't know the true kind of on the ground impact until the state gives us that guidance. But we do want to talk about how we are preparing for when that guidance comes and how we can protect our residents as much as possible. Next slide. So when we look at the Medicaid population in the state of Maryland, it's about 24% of the state's population that is covered by Medicaid. In Montgomery County, it is about 19%. So that's about 205,000 individuals. And when we talk about Medicaid impacts from H.R. 1, it is really important. Oh, you can bring the other one up too. It's really important to be clear about who is going to be affected by this legislation. So these cuts will not impact the elderly. They will not impact the disabled. Those groups that kind of were part of the original Medicaid eligibility will continue to see their coverage. H.R. 1 is specifically targeting that expansion population. So those individuals 18 to 64 years old, along with refugees, asylees, and humanitarian parolees. And when we think about who makes up that expansion population, that's our county's self-employed business owners, including our farmers up in the Ag Reserve in Poolesville. It's our workforce that's employed by our small businesses, which are the backbone of our local economy. It's our students, who are the future of our community. This is the group of individuals that we are talking about when we talk about these impacts. So in Montgomery County, we estimate that this represents about 44,000 people. We anticipate that about 44,000 of those will lose their Medicaid coverage because of the administrative red tape that's being put in place through work requirements, which have been actually pretty thoroughly evaluated and shown not to be effective, but yet here we are. And we also anticipate that about 3,000 individuals, or 7%, are going to lose Medicaid entirely because they won't meet the work requirement eligibility for whatever reason. Either they're caretaking or they can't work or the 20 hours a week that are required. So again, we won't know those true impacts until the state finalizes their policies. But what we do know is that when an individual loses access to health care, that they're going to delay seeking care until their issues are so acute that they have nowhere else to go but the emergency department. And we all know that our emergency department wait times in the county and in the state are already not great. So this is going to continue to exacerbate our already challenging ER wait times. Next slide. When we look at funding in 2024, Medicaid supported about 54% of revenues for Maryland community health centers, which are the backbone of our safety net system. Medicaid is a huge economic engine for our overall healthcare system. Out of the $6.1 billion, approximately 2.4 is allocated to Montgomery County. So when we talk about the impacts of this, it's not just on individuals, it is on our economy, it is on our entire healthcare delivery system. Our hospitals, our federally qualified health centers, our clinics and providers across the country are going, or across the county are going to feel the impacts of this decreased Medicaid revenue. Next slide. Now, for those of you that recall the Board of Health presentation a couple of weeks ago, this probably looks familiar. It's been adjusted a little bit to just focus on Medicaid impacts. So we took out some of the other SNAP impacts there, but this gives you a high-level timeline of what was in H.R. 1 and when the different provisions are supposed to take effect. So as you can see here, work requirements are expected to go into effect around December of 2026. We'll know by June of next year, the federal government will release their interim final rule. So that's basically the instructions that the federal government is going to give to states on what the expectations are on how to actually implement the work requirements. So this is a long, drawn-out timeline. I will also note that states that show a good faith effort in trying to put the systems in place to do work requirements, but maybe they're not quite there yet, can ask for an exemption from the Secretary of Health and Human Services up until December of 2028. Now, I've heard rumblings through the grapevine that they're not expecting the Secretary to grant those exemptions, particularly from blue states, unfortunately. But, I do think it is important to know that. So we will see. I know all of that to say there is a lot of what ifs in play. And as we know, every day feels kind of different. And there's a new surprise around every corner when we talk about this administration and what that means. Next slide. So, some of the provisions in H.R. 1 are the implementation of the work requirements, the increased renewal periods. So instead of doing your eligibility every year, it's now going to be every 6 months. Changes to retroactive coverage periods. So if you were new to Medicaid, and let's say you went to the doctor, Medicaid would cover, if you were eligible, up to 3 months back, so that if you went in June, they would cover March, April, May. Those 3 months, they are decreasing that to 1 month, and there are new eligibility requirements. Now I will turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Sean Gibson. I am the Health Insurance Manager. We wanted to give you context and to go through scenarios so that you can see who and what we're talking about. And so we're going to use Derek. He's a 35-year-old barber who receives his health coverage through Medicaid. And under new verification requirements, he must document at least 80 hours of qualifying work activity each month to maintain his coverage. He must also submit his income every 6 months. And then effective on January the 1st of 2027, under the Affordable Care Act expansion, adults must do the 80 hours and the qualifying work activity. And the renewal changes to every 6 months. a lot of people receive their messages through Maryland Health Connection via email. It's not paper like it was. And so what we see is a lot of times people are missing that requirement of reapplying, essentially starting this churn where they're just reapplying over and over again. And then, of course, now having to twice a year come to the Office of Eligibility or do it yourself through Maryland Health Connection is going to be some work for the customers to have to do. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, this is a big one. I want to make sure that we put this in context, right? My colleague was talking about the retro period was 3 months, and now it's moving to 1 month for the expanded. Well, let's say you're in a car accident, and you're in a hospital, and you're waiting, you're recuperating, right? Most people come to us 2 or 3 months later. Now you won't have that option. You have to do this the following month. The messaging, obviously, will get out through DHHS, and we will make sure that people fully understand that. We currently work with the hospitals, and we will continue to get this messaging out. But I do fear that there will be a certain segment of the population who will not apply within that 1 month and unfortunately will not be eligible. So 2 months for traditional Medicaid. We're talking about 65 and older. Disabled individuals are what we call traditional. However, that expansion is a large amount of individuals who will have to meet this requirement in order to be covered by Medicaid.
All right, good morning. I'm Lori Garibay-Aquino, Chief for Children, Youth, and Family Services within DHHS, and I'll be talking a little bit about the new eligibility requirements in a specific scenario with this. So in this scenario that we have Lena, who's a 32-year-old Afghan refugee with 2 children, ages 6 and 3. She works in food services, and typically her children's pediatric visits are covered under CHIP. Now with the new changes, refugees are no longer eligible to receive CHIP, and they are included in the list of non-citizens individuals not covered through Medicaid. So we find ourselves in a situation where if Lena's children lose access to the healthcare that they need, they're missing out on their access to immunizations and key vital vaccinations and developmental screenings, and in the long term we'll have the biggest impact. So these missed vaccinations and screenings can result in long-term impacts such as gaps in school readiness, health complications, and higher medical cost overall. The overall county impact that we're seeing in the long term would be more preventable illnesses, school health costs increasing, and educational support needs also increasing.
Good morning, Monica Martin, Chief of Behavioral Health and Crisis Services here at HHS. Now we invite you to think about the impact of this bill through the eyes of our workforce and the experience of our amazing professionals in health and human services. We're talking about Angela right now. She's been with the department for 10 years in our Office of Eligibility and Support Services, so she's a veteran and she's an expert. But her workload is doubling, and it's doubling due to more extensive and more frequent redeterminations or renewals, as we heard Mr. Gibson talk about. She's got to do them faster because there's only 1 month of retroactive coverage now, as opposed to 3 for those that are coming to her attention. This means she spends additional hours chasing missing documentation and answering panicked calls, because any one of us would be panicked at the thought of losing our health care. And one of the many scenarios that she deals with is a 63-year-old patient with heart failure that lost Medicaid because a signature was missing from her renewal, which happens so often. This 63-year-old resident didn't realize this error until she went to fill her medications, $400 out of pocket, and so she skipped her meds because she couldn't afford that and ends up hospitalized. Angela fixes the error at our Office of Eligibility and Support Services, but it takes time and a hospitalization to correct that error. So again, in terms of impact, this is one of a million scenarios that you can think of. But our staff is going to feel the work volume and strain. In terms of increased emergency services applications, verification requirements, as we've talked about, increased foot traffic in our offices that we would expect, and call volume in general. We are adjusting or working on new workflows to accommodate the higher processing frequency, no matter what, right? These are humans doing this professional expert work, so there is an increased risk for errors on our end. There is a greater administrative burden in general for application support, for that hands-on support, which we do with partners all over the community. There are expanded outreach needs, and so we need to move forward with more targeted and physical outreach campaigns as well. But the bottom line is that there's an increased risk of worse outcomes and higher costs for our clients. Next slide.
All right. So when we talk about, bottom line, what is the financial and community impact of this legislation? We are anticipating a 20% or an annual loss of $2.7 billion in federal funding. That's about 20% of the state budget. We anticipate that this is going to result in about 23,500 Montgomery County residents that could potentially lose their Medicaid coverage between 2026 and 2028. So how are we preparing? Especially, as I noted, with a lot of moving timelines and us being very dependent on the state for guidance. So transparent and frequent communication with our residents and the stakeholders and our community partners is going to be so incredibly important. We need to make sure people have the information and supports that they need to be able to meet these increased administrative requirements. We're also going to have to work to coordinate with our state agencies to try and protect and preserve access. If people are eligible for Medicaid, they're meeting those work requirements, we want them to keep their Medicaid. So whatever we can do to support that so they don't lose coverage that they are eligible for and entitled to, we want to do that. We are going to be working very closely and coordinating with our broader healthcare delivery system, so our hospital partners, our clinics, and the nonprofit organizations. We are waiting guidance from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services on the different eligibility provisions, specifically around state-directed payments, provider taxes, audit finding changes, and the cost-sharing provisions. So here are the major takeaways. There's big changes ahead for Medicaid eligibility and operations. This is going to have impact not just on our residents, but also our service delivery, the administrative barrier for the HHS staff, and we are preparing for significant downstream impacts. We are proactively, since the legislation was passed in June as a health department, signed July, as a health department, we have been meeting and proactively looking at what those impacts are going to be and planning and who are the stakeholders and how do we collaborate. And this all sounds very dire. It is. I don't want to make light of it, but I will say, thankfully, we live in a county that does believe that healthcare is a human right. For almost 20 years, Montgomery County has made certain that our uninsured residents have basic access to primary care through Montgomery Cares and our Care for Kids programs. At HHS, we are so thankful for the leadership of our county executive and the unwavering commitment of you all, this council, for your continued support of the safety net within our community. Montgomery County has always led with compassion and with common sense. And as a community, we recognize that when our neighbors can see a doctor, our entire community is healthier and better for it. So as we face the impacts of H.R. 1, our commitment remains unchanged, that we are going to protect access to care, we're going to preserve dignity for our residents, and we are going to ensure to the extent that we can that no resident is left behind simply of where they work or how much they earn. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Bridgers.
Thank you, Dr. Ashford and team. So this is the question that's often posed of me. What's the plan? And although this model is linear, it is cyclical in nature, because we will continue to plan, do, study, and act along with you. Another question that's often asked of me is, Dr. Bridgers, how can we help? We need your help in helping us to craft policies. We began working on our plan on November 5th, 2024. It's been that long, almost a year, and it continues to change. You see more federal leaders, Congress, men and women coming in our spaces to talk about eligibility, because we need to educate them as well. They need to know how we plan, do, study, and act, how we are able to partner with all of our nonprofit partners, our for-profit partners, businesses, and even school systems, because we have our school-age children who are at risk too. When they don't receive the same type of nutritional values that we have. And so we continue to craft a plan where we will host events. We will continue to plan work groups like we did in COVID. And we need to have you to be part of those work groups. Think about this. Regardless of what's on the table, folks who sit on the left side of the table and on the right side of the table, and if there's not enough food on the table, who's not going to get fed? Whether or not you sit on the right in an extremism approach or you sit on the left. This is how we will continue to move. We will continue to have sessions. We also have a database, a dashboard to show folks that will have links to OSFR and grants management, all the other partners, because we need the information to be in multiple languages so that everybody can understand what we're doing and how we're doing it and the manner in which we are doing it, along with your help. That's our ask. That's our presentation. Our team is here to answer your questions as best as we can. And as Dr. Ashford said at least 3 times, we don't have all the guidance from the state. We don't have all the answers. But what I'd like to leave with is we will get there together, along with you, along with the executive branch. There's a lot of work to do. And we continue to do this with a becoming zeal that will help everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bridgers and the whole team. Just want to turn to our county staff and see if there was anything else you wanted to add at this time.
Nothing to add. No.
All right, great. Again, I just want to say excellent packet. Wonderful presentation. I very much appreciated the case studies, because lots of times we sit up here and we talk about numbers, we talk about changes in policy and regulations, but at the end of the day, what truly matters is how each of those things impact our residents, and you really brought that to us today, and I appreciate how that was done. I do want to also highlight Dr. Ashford, you did talk about the different programs and resources we have here. On page 17 of the packet, the staff did list out all Montgomery Cares, our Care for Kids, and other services. And I know, Mr. Gibson, you've been telling folks this, and the health navigators are hard at work, that we don't want folks to take away from this that they should not be seeking out help, that their access has ended. It is actually the opposite message we want to send to folks. We want them to come in, reach out to our health navigators so that we can see what they are eligible for and provide that assistance. And so that is still very much the message we want to make sure it gets out to all of our residents. And I do want to also thank Councilmember Albanaz, Chair of HHS, for his partnership and his suggestion that we do this in front of the whole council, because I think it is so important that all of us hear this. So thank you to the chair of HHS. I'll turn it now to Council Vice President Jawando.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to echo those thanks to Chair Albanaz and to the entire DHHS team and our council staff for digging through this. It's very sobering, but it does make me very happy that we have a county and a team that's been working on this for over a year and is committed to minimizing the damage as much as possible. I know a lot of colleagues will have questions, so I'm just going to ask 2 and try to show good restraint. The first, when we met on this a few months ago, and I know you were just kind of back of the enveloping it at that time, Dr. Ashford, you had said that potentially 50,000 folks in Montgomery County could lose Medicaid. I was very happy to read the packet that number is now in half. It's obviously still a devastating amount of people, 23,000 plus. Could you just talk about how that was refined and what changed, and are there what else could potentially impact that number?
Yeah. No, thank you for that question. So yes, the 50,000 was a back of the envelope number. As we got more information working with our OESS team and our PACS team, more granular data looking specifically at the counties and the different levels of eligibility, we were able to get more clarity on what that exact number is. And I do want to just clarify, we think it's like potentially 23,000 that could lose Medicaid eligibility because of administrative burdens. Right. We think it's about, which is still bad, but about 3,000 that won't be eligible at all.
Right.
And so,
and who's? Could you break down who's in that number? I know you talked about it a little bit.
Yeah, so that number is people who, for whatever reason, won't be eligible for the work requirements. Maybe they are caretaking for a family member or a child, and they're in that 18 to 64-year-old population, and they just don't have a life circumstance that allows them to work the 80 hours a month. And so,
well, they are working. They're just not.
Yes, they are working. They are. That is very much a job. Thank you for that point. So that was your first. Yeah. Did I answer your first question?
So that's okay. That 3,000, and the other group are folks that, which was the intent of the bill, unfortunately.
Yes.
Through these administrative burdens, the having to check in, the twice a year instead of once, the reduced time for retroactivity, the combination of those effects, you think that that's the other 20,000 that will be impacted in that way.
Correct.
So that leads to my second question. You mentioned Montgomery Cares and our network, and which is awesome, and I'm glad we have it. It's one of the reasons I'm proud to be in Montgomery County. Could you talk about what capacity we would have and what we would need to do to expand capacity to cover any portion of those people who are kicked off of coverage?
Yes. So we actually 2 or 3 weeks ago had an Access to Care work group where we had the executive directors of all of the Montgomery Cares clinics along with PCC come in and have a conversation about exactly this. So as far as capacity goes, the clinics have capacity to see the additional clients. And, we can't realistically, from a budgetary perspective, afford all 23,000 of them. And the reality of the situation is, for those folks that are eligible for Medicaid, Medicaid is the better option. So the clinics, they're also going to see an increase in their administrative burden because they're going to have to do all of this work. They already check to see if folks are eligible for Medicaid when they come to the clinic. So if somebody is no longer eligible because they missed a work requirement or a signature, that's going to be additional administrative time on their staff's part as well as our team's part to get them enrolled in Medicaid. They do have capacity. I think the question is the budget. Yes, and do we have the cost as a county to be able to afford that? I think the other piece is making sure people understand Montgomery Cares is access to primary care. It is not insurance. And so folks we're going to need to do education and communication of, you can't take this card and go to the emergency department. You can't take this card and go see a dermatologist. Yeah. Yes, exactly that.
So do you have numbers? And if not, I'd like to ask as follow-up for the 3,000 that we know will lose coverage, what it would cost to cover folks even with the primary care. Obviously, again, important point, that's not enough, because if you go to primary care and you need to go to a cardiologist or to some follow-up, that's not going to be covered, and when you're going to need to inform people about that, but we still want primary care as a front line of defense.
Yes, I don't have those numbers, but I can get you numbers on what the cost of that would be for primary care, specialty care, and behavioral health for Montgomery Cares.
Awesome. Thank you so much for all your work. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Albanaz.
Thank you, Madam President. And Care Bears, I love that. I know Dr. Bridgers has said that before, but it's so appropriate and so true. So first of all, obviously you all are messengers here. You're at the mercy of what's happening at the federal level and the way so many organizations, and in addition to our clients and staff members, are at the moment. And as has been noted, and I've seen firsthand, having lived here my whole life and having had the tremendous privilege and honor of serving as chair of the committee the last 7 years, I've seen directly how creative and how strategic and how expansive our work is in this and so many spaces in the HHS field. But obviously it's going to be tested once again in ways that none of us could have ever anticipated. So Dr. Bridgers, I would love for you, because there are a lot of key organizations and coalitions that are our partners here. There's Nexus Montgomery, the Primary Care Coalition, in addition to our partnership with the state. Could you talk a little bit about those partnerships and alliances? I know you all are meeting around the clock with these institutions to try and hold the line, but if you could shed some more light on how that's going, what might be coming through those partnerships, that would be great.
Thank you, Councilmember Albanos, for that question. Yes, we are meeting with any and all partners at the state, the various departments of Health and Human Services and Department on Aging, and then at the county level, our nonprofit Montgomery, we've increased our frequency of meeting with our nonprofit Montgomery partners. I saw Bridget in the audience, but she's gone, and even hosting a subcommittee of folks like Interfaith Works and MANA, just to look at food systems resiliency. But it doesn't stop there. We've had conversations not only with nonprofits and for-profits, but also with other agencies. So Director Murphy was here, and I know that representatives from OSFR was here. We're meeting with our MCPS partners to look at those challenges that may impact our school-age kids and our students. We're meeting with community partners, both the large nonprofits and the smaller nonprofits. It has to be equitable across the board. And basically, to sum it up, Councilmember Albanos, anybody who wants to talk to us, we're open. Just reach out to us. We have no problems. We want to work with any and everyone. It doesn't matter what the need is. It is very apolitical. It's about helping the community. And so while the list, and I can get a laundry list, I know Ms. Clemens Johnson asked us for some of those for some of those partners, but we have been working with everyone in the community, even with our public safety partners, because we know that in often spaces where we are having food distribution services, folks are anxious, folks are concerned, and we need to protect everyone to ensure that all receive the benefits that we are trying to provide in the community. So that's just a long answer, but the bottom line is that we are working with any and everyone in the community, our senior communities, anyone who wants to reach out and support us.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just a couple comments, and then I'll end with a couple of questions. So obviously, this is a layered issue. So it's the perfect negative storm because the changes to SNAP benefits and other federal assistance policies are changing around the same time. And of course, our health clinics through the Primary Care Coalition are nonprofit organizations, and they rely desperately on donations by individuals and philanthropy. And what we've seen is that more than 70% of nonprofits have reported significantly fewer donations from last year to this year at this time, which makes perfect sense because of the financial struggles that are so disproportionately impacting residents of our own community. So that leads me to, again, Dr. Bridgers, I know that you've had extensive conversations with our philanthropic community. Can you talk a little bit more about that and the importance of our philanthropic community and any suggestions or ideas on how to uplift that work even more to supplement some of these funds? Because at the end of the day, the council and the county and the state are, as has been noted, not even going to be able to come close to filling the gap that is being created here. And so it is all hands on deck.
Thank you again, Councilmember Albanos. Yes, we've reached out to major corporations like the Marriott Corporation. Choice Hotels International was in downtown Rockville, but they've moved out. So we need the support of our philanthropic community. We've had those conversations with our Montgomery Cares clinics and those individuals that rely on events to help fund their work. But that's not enough. They need help, and so if there are any organizations, large and small, that are listening and viewing this session this morning, we ask that they help. We ask that they reach out to us, and we will work with our nonprofit community partners and our nonprofit Montgomery partners to ensure that they're linked up. Fundraising won't do it. Fundraising won't do it. We need support. We need the in-kind of support that will help supplement and offset some of the expenses as we look at the policies that may change in the next couple of months. We need to have the funding to support the community. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Last two questions. Dr. McGee and Dr. Ashford, this question is for you all. And this has come up before in previous committee sessions over the last year, but one of the populations that is especially being disproportionately impacted is our disability community and the caretakers for disabled loved ones. The work requirements are devastating because that is a full-time job in of itself. And now to have to layer on top of that, whether it's volunteering or other things that are counted, how are we advising both families but also organizations in this space, acknowledging there's no perfect solution here, but would just love your thoughts on that.
Yes, good morning. Dr. Patrice McGee, Chief of Aging and Disability Services. Thank you for that question, Council Member. Been wanting to tag in on this conversation. And so, as Dr. Ashford, my colleague, mentioned in the beginning, this H.R. 1 resolution is supposed to primarily affect our MAGI, our modified adjusted gross income, that Medicaid expansion group, and then the age, blind, and disabled is not supposed to be part of all of the changes. However, what we do know is that we are already seeing significant delays, erroneous disenrollments for our disabled individuals that are getting their services through waiver. That has been going on for quite some time. And with all the administrative changes that H.R. 1 is bringing with the redetermination and the increased administrative burden on the MAGI folks, we're probably more than likely going to see that system continue to back up and individuals be erroneously disenrolled from services. Our provider network here in Montgomery County is strong. They are ensuring that individuals are not going with lapse of coverage during those disenrollment periods and working heavily with the state to get individuals re-enrolled in services. And so we are, present and accounted for in all the conversations, showing up to listening sessions, working with our state partners, working with our provider network to educate and be a resource for them to turn to. We are working with our PCC partners on different work groups and collaborations for persons with IDD. To better provide support to that population. So it is a all hands on deck. Again, education and being a resource for individuals as they are experiencing changes at this time.
Thank you, Dr. McGee. Anything to add, Dr. Ashford? Okay, thank you. Final question for now is, obviously I know there's extensive coordination going on with our federal delegation, and they, as you would suspect and hope, are incredibly engaged throughout all of this and advocating as hard as they possibly can on a national level. But could you shed a little bit more light on that coordination? Because I know there are conversations happening regularly, not just at the HHS level, but at the second floor level of the executive branch. But that would be helpful to know as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Albanos, for that. Yes, so sometimes the communication happens a little faster than we like. And so we have Congressman Raskin here today as we're holding this session, but bless you, we need to have everyone here to help shepherd some of the discussion. Let's hear it. We have our intergovernmental relation, Leslie Fry, who works with not only our county intergovernmental relations team, but also our public information officer, Peter Sinclair. He's on board, he's in the audience, he's hit the ground running. So we are messaging, we're working with our comms team to make sure that the community is advised, that our staff are advised, and that the council is advised as well. And so when we get the information, we've had Congresswoman Delaney come down, Governor Moore has been down, Congresswoman Delaney has been down like 3 times now. And so we don't know the frequency, but as soon as we get the frequency, and we invite our federal and state legislators to come down, our delegation as well, because this is how we get the message out. This is how we demonstrate our best practices. This is how we show our great worth in the community and what we do and how we do it. So as we get the information, we will share it with you.
Thank you very much. I yield back to you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Katz.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And thank you to all the Care Bears. I like that expression as well. And I think you have an honorary Care Bear, Councilmember Albanos, is here as well, and the entire HHS committee from the County Council. the Vice President Jawando said this was sobering. I'm going to use the term, this is scary. This is, it's one thing to talk about and listen to the news, which we do, but this is bringing it literally home to our front doors. You mentioned that every 6 months that you're going to have to update. Are they going to have the staff to figure out every 6 months? And what happens if they don't provide it?
So right now we're working with the Maryland Department of Health, who is evaluating the needs and the requirements of HR 1, potentially adding additional staff. However, we're talking about double the work dealing with the expanded Medicaid group. And so I must say it is going to be some work, but we look forward as a department to creating a plan to ensure that we're meeting the needs of the residents.
Well, I hope that they can figure this out, really. I don't know that that we all are going to be able to. Let me bring it to a reality. Somebody is at home. Their loved one has a heart attack. They call 911. They don't have insurance. What happens at that point?
When that person gets to the hospital, there will be an Office of Eligibility and Support Services person to assist them in enrolling in Medicaid. That's one of the things we do. We partnership with the hospitals. However, let's say that same person is taking care of that individual, and now we're down to that retro period of 1 month. They're going to have to get into some connection with us to be able to receive the benefit. And as I stated through my scenario, that would be a concern for me. But we're going to have to do a great job at working with the hospitals to ensure that we're educating them and that we're able to get people in. But, sir, your point is well taken. We are going to have to get in contact with them to get that application in immediately.
So if the person who's just had this heart attack is taken to the hospital and they don't have insurance, et cetera, will the hospital be forced to admit them to a room?
Yes, there is a federal law, EMTALA, that requires hospitals have to treat folks in an emergency state and stabilize them. We're actually on work groups with our hospital partners. One of them is the Hard to Place Patients work group, in exactly the situation. For whatever reason, maybe folks without insurance have been in the hospital for 3 months. They don't have a safe place to go, either because they are unhoused. So then, the team consists of chiefs from across HHS so that we can look from an integrated perspective. But what are the opportunities and solutions we have to make sure that our residents who are uninsured can get the supports they need? But I think the bigger point is that even if someone does not have insurance, the hospitals legally have to care for them and stabilize them because of EMTALA.
Well, and I thought that was the case. But so if someone goes to the emergency room and they would be treated for whatever, does that include what we used to call doc in the box? If someone goes to a doc, they're sick, they go to a doc, they don't have a physician, primary care, do they go to a doc in the box? What happens then? Do they call the emergency room? What happens to that person?
Yes. So if someone does not have a primary care physician and they are sick enough to need care, they probably will end up in the emergency room, and the emergency department will assess them and determine the level of acuity and stabilize them. Now, if they, in a situation where it's not a heart attack and maybe someone has, say they went in for an ear infection, or they're dizzy and they find out that their blood pressure is uncontrolled, they'll probably give them meds and help get them stabilized. We know that that's not ideal, especially when we're talking about ambulatory sensitive conditions, things that should be being managed by a primary care physician. I will say we do have some of our Montgomery Cares clinics that actually have partnerships with the hospital. So when someone comes in without insurance, the ED department will say, hey, you can wait 23 hours here to see an ED doc, or we can get you down to Mercy Clinic and see one of their primary care providers. And it's been a great program to get uninsured folks connected to primary care. And that's one of the things we discussed in the Access to Care work group, is how do we expand that across all of the hospitals as one potential tool to help address this issue as well.
Well, we've always needed our partners, our nonprofit partners and other groups. We certainly need them today. I mean, this is actually people that will die if we're not careful, and no one should want that. So I thank you for everything you're doing. I thank the council president and others for bringing this forward. But we need to make certain that we can figure out this. At the press conference, I said this is much more than about money. This is about helping a community, working together. And even if we send somebody, even if somebody goes to the emergency room and they don't have insurance, somebody eventually is going to have to pay for that. So it's going to be through additional insurance premiums for each of us, and we're not. This is not saying that this is just going to go away. This is only going to be more and more of a concern. So thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilmember Katz. I'll turn it now to Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez.
Thank you so much. Great presentation. Two things. Number one, I just wanted to uplift that one of the folks who are not going to be eligible anymore are immigrants who are under DACA, TPS, and so forth. These are folks who are already paying taxes, and they're not going to be allowed to have access to health care. So I wanted to uplift that. Two things that come to mind is understanding the chaos that we are dealing with. How can we make sure that those who are eligible actually apply and re-enroll right now? I think that should be a big focus of your work with us. I didn't see mention in this report anything related to public libraries. That's one of the first places that people go to, and I do believe that HHS should have people at our public libraries assisting and making sure people are filling out these forms, because again, we don't want people who are eligible not to apply or not to reapply with the verification process that you mentioned. So that should be top priority right now. Same thing with the school system, working closely with MCPS to ensure parents are aware. They can help us fill out those forms. A lot of the schools, I don't want to say all, but maybe all of them already have parent, teacher, coordinator, and so forth. You should be training them to do this, just like we get those forms for the free and reduced meals. We get that through the coordinators. For high schools that have the clinics, that's great, but you should be doing this starting in elementary school. All of them, that should happen right now. Libraries and schools. And that's all I have. I look forward to continuing working with you all. And I think at the end of the day, governments should be, judged on how they treat the most vulnerable communities. And I think people need to understand that this administration at the federal level, not us, that's just evil what they're doing. And we need to be very proactive. And this is me calling you to be proactive with schools and libraries, and I'm here to help you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez. I want you to know that we've had conversations with Director Graham, and this is one other thing that we can present to her from an educational standpoint. We have ongoing conversations with Superintendent Taylor and MCPS, so thank you for those notes. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Gibson to add a little bit more to what we're doing just for your situational awareness.
Yes, thank you for that question. So a part of our strategic plan, we have been working with the school system. We have an amazing partnership with them. But in addition to with that, I'm working with our leadership to make sure that we have eligibility workers in the libraries, in the Department of Recreation facilities, working in the schools. So for example, right now we have navigators in 3 schools to the 20877 zip code. So those are some of the things that we are doing. That's in Germantown. Gaithersburg. So we're ensuring that we have people in the community that we're able to meet those needs. We've been doing it for years, and we will continue to ramp up that. So you're right. We need to be in the community to assist people. We get many people come in the office, but we want to make sure that we're in those locations to assist them as well.
And I will just note one last point. The DACA recipients unfortunately lost their Medicaid eligibility September 30th, which is terrible. I'm very pleased to say, working with Sean's team, we were able to identify the 69 DACA recipients within Montgomery County, get them connected to Montgomery Cares, and for the 15 that did not meet the eligibility requirements because they made above the income level, we did provide them a 1-year waiver. So everybody was connected, and our teams made outreach with them so that if they want Montgomery Cares, they can get Montgomery Cares.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ashford. Councilmember Sales.
Thank you to everyone and all you're doing to fill in the gap during these difficult times. Just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Fani Gonzalez about the outreach and physical and targeted campaigns. I was recently made aware that our hospitals have patient advocates at all of our hospitals. How are we communicating with our patient advocates to help get the word out about, the alternatives in coverage, and also with help navigating, a very complicated system? I'm also aware of our low-income populations that are using our emergency rooms, and just wanted to better understand the on-the-ground coordination happening across the county with this community specifically.
Yes, so we are working very closely with our Nexus Montgomery partners, which is the coalition of all of the hospitals in Montgomery County, to talk about exactly this, the planning, the communication, the bridging across the different safety nets. I will say one thing to just keep in mind for everyone is that the work requirements, we have about a year, which is like 26 seconds in real life time, right? But a lot of the specifics and logistics and instructions that we're going to have to give folks is dependent on the state and the systems that they put in place. And I know that we've talked as a health department, how do we use our tools? Can we use the Community Connect portal to make this as seamless and easy as possible? How do we work with Sean's team? So right now, I think we're doing a lot of work really trying to build coalitions, figure out what the communications plan is, who do we need to reach, actually working with the community to see how do they want to be communicated to, what's going to be the most effective, how do we bring them in as partners into this work, and not just us as a government throwing information at them, but what's going to be most useful. And so that when we get that additional instruction and guidance from the state, we'll be ready to press go with whatever they provide.
Okay, and speaking of the state, are you able to share how you're working with the Maryland Benefits One system, if at all?
So for Medicaid purposes, that system is not being used right now. It's being tested. However, we have staff that are participating in that testing, and when it rolls out, we are prepared to work on it. But it's only right now being used for public benefits. It's not used for Medicaid. We're still using Maryland Health Connection as our direct resource into MAGI Medicaid enrollment.
Okay, and I know we've talked a lot about Medicaid recipients. What about our Medicare recipients? I believe it's projected the impact will impact approximately 85,000 seniors in the county who may face reduced access to care. And just wanted to know how we're preparing for that windfall.
Yes, so again, working with our state partners, the Maryland Department of Aging, we meet weekly with them. They are providing guidance as in real time. As you know, the Administration for Community Living, which is the federal entity that oversees the Older American Act, has been dissolved and has been moved into another department, and our points of contact at the federal level aren't really there. So trying to get guidance from our federal partners to our state partners, and working heavily with the state to provide information and education to our residents regarding their Medicare benefits. We know that Medicare is a required service, right? So we know that individuals will continue to have access to that benefit. And we don't know what the indirect impact is going to be to those individuals as of yet, but remaining abreast of all of the changes. It's a running theme that you keep hearing at the table. We're waiting to get information from our state and federal partners so that we can act quickly. And we are, working with impact analysis, our data teams, and so on and so forth, so that we will be ready to provide real-time information as it becomes available.
Thank you. And anything else to add, Dr. Martin, about any limits or barriers that you are hearing about with access to mental health care for residents?
Yeah, I would just want to circle back to that work requirements population. We have those changes to work requirements really will significantly impact already vulnerable clients that we see in the public behavioral health system. Many that don't qualify for disability per the Social Security Administration standpoint still are severely impacted by chronic mental health conditions and therefore challenged to meet those work requirements. So while exceptions or exemptions are available for individuals with disabilities and with severe mental illnesses is the wording in the bill, the proof of exemption requires up-to-date clinical documentation. And we know that's going to be a barrier for a number of clients that we see in the system. Regardless, we are charged with doing that outreach, that communication, and that proactive hands-on support to prevent that drop-off.
Well, I'm glad we were proactive and invested in that mobile health clinic, and look forward to hearing from you all about how we can better communicate the resources, needs, barriers, and how we can prepare for what's to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lukey.
Thank you, Madam President. And I want to say thank you to the full team here for coming with a plan that shows how agile and adaptable you have all been in trying to problem solve and triage this all as best you can with ever-changing information. And also acknowledging the fluidity of the situation and that you're going to have to keep doing that, right? Because that's true. We can have a plan today that may not be the plan tomorrow. And I know you all know that. And I know you all are committed to, again, getting up, dusting off, and figuring out what needs to be done. And I truly appreciate that, because the quantity of chaos being heaped on us all at this time is so dramatic. And really, it's, tries to bury you in anxiety and unnecessary administration, right? And, the theory being, I think, that once you have that level of pain that you're inflicting that broadly, people say yes to things they wouldn't say yes to, or people start to accept things that they would not have otherwise accepted, right? And that's horrible. There's a lot of folks right now for whom they don't see how this affects them because they're not on Medicaid. And to Councilmember Katz's point and asking about EMTALA and explaining that, I hope everyone hears there is a cost that gets passed along. It doesn't matter whether you're on Medicaid or not. And also, don't you care about the human cost? And what does that mean for your already intensely long ER wait times? Because there isn't an alternative, and they're making it worse. And so I don't know how close it needs to get to someone's face for them to finally see what's happening and that we all need to buckle down and work together. But this is the moment. This is it. One of the things that I have noticed in work that I'm doing this fall, volunteering with middle schoolers, is that a lot of middle schoolers end up doing translation for their parents or their grandparents or whomever their caregiver is. And so when I'm thinking about, and my wheels started turning as you all are talking about the need, they're going to get an email to remind to re-up for their application. And, many of us up here get 11 billion, that's an official word, 11 billion emails a day from MCPS, from county government, from everyone, just because we have multiple kids. And we work and we have other things going on, and it's a lot. And then I think about a language barrier that may be present too. And so I'm wondering if it's possible, and I don't know if you have seen what the reminder emails look like, but if there are key words that are in there that you can translate into the 7 most commonly spoken languages other than English in the county, so that those can be provided through our schools to children and families, so that those children who are helping their adult family members whose English is not as sophisticated can know what word they're looking for in English. Medicaid and enrollment might not be common words for a 12-year-old, but they can learn them and we can teach them, and they will then feel empowered to be helping and doing something to help their family too. We shouldn't have to do any of that. We shouldn't. But we got to be creative about how we can help and how we can reach them and help them be a partner in this too. So that was just one piece of it. And then with respect to, and Councilmember Sales touched on this, with those who have severe mental illness and may have at one time been on Social Security disability and then disappeared, and then they don't have their paperwork and they don't follow up with in-community treatment or what have you, or they don't even have records to support from anything recent. That's going to be a persistent challenge, and one that we also still need to wrap our heads around. How can we help through our Healthcare for the Homeless, through our other outreach organizations? I know we had our partners from EveryMind who were here earlier this morning for one of our proclamations, but how can we work with them to say, hey, we have a way to help you get the things which you are otherwise entitled to, and then we can move forward and help them so that we're not leaving them in a hole too.
Thank you, Councilmember Lukey. I just want to say and acknowledge Chief Hung is here, so
hi.
We just didn't have enough room, enough seats at the table.
You're tall, Dr. Bridges. I missed her back there. Hi.
She's here, and thank you for that. We will have conversations. We have said over and over again conversations with MCPS. We have been working on the translation to make it fair and equitable across the county, and we're working with our Office of Community Partnership around this effort. So I wanted you to know that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mink.
Thank you. Oh, you escaped, Dr. Hong. Chief Hong. No, I'm not. No, that's okay. It's okay. We'll have more conversations. I'm so sure. So thank you so much to everybody on the panel for all of your work on this. It is in these devastating times, it is really heartening to time and time again see you all on the front edge and in front of what's happening as best as we possibly can be. As you have touched on a few times, the new restrictions are eliminating eligibility for a number of our lawfully present immigrants, and you talked about your quick work with DACA holders, which is amazing. There's also our refugees, asylees, asylum seekers, so many other categories, and it feels like with every passing day, the federal administration is finding more ways to move people from categories who are not being targeted on paper to being targeted. And then additionally, what we're seeing is that they are targeting specifically the income earners in these families. So as we look specifically at those patterns, what are we doing? What can we do? What should we anticipate specifically regarding those folks?
So to the extent possible that we can identify the asylees, refugees, we'll continue to work with OESS to figure out who those individuals are and make the same warm handoff connection to Montgomery Cares. I will just note, because we're seeing this show up actually in our programs where unfortunately the breadwinner is being removed from the home, and now you have a mom and her babies facing homelessness. So our team has been working to how do we either identify or connect those clients with our supportive housing services, with Chief Hong back here. How do we really bring the full arms of DHHS around them to try and stabilize what has happened? We are going to continue to do that to the extent that we can, that the resources are available. But I don't want to be overly promising and saying that we're going to be able to fix it for everybody. It's a real issue. While we're talking specifically about healthcare, I think Councilmember Mink, you bring up a great point that the breadwinners are being targeted, and those impacts go way beyond healthcare. We're right now making those connections where we can, but as we think about our approach, it's not just communicating to people how to keep Medicaid, but how do we really support the entire family, knowing all of the social determinants that these actions are impacting.
Councilmember Meek, the only thing I will add is that we have our Lighthouse Initiative. I know that all of the chiefs, and being the only integrated agency out of 24 jurisdictions to have the strength of the members, the senior leadership in HHS here today presenting to you, speaks volumes. We're able to work across and within our service areas. So if an individual is a newcomer, an asylee, a refugee, we have the capacity within our reach to navigate them to the services that they need. A lot of this may include education, just directing folks to the place where they need to be. Dr. Ashford talked about the Community Connect portal. We talked about predictive models. This is how we get folks to the right place. This is how we share information. This is how we make it equitable to all, and that's another initiative that we talked about. But again, it's not linear. It will change. It will evolve. It will move as we need for it to move.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you for all of that. And it's such close ties to the SNAP conversation and others. And of course, you all are coordinating closely on all of that. For refugees, we do have ostensibly, right, we do have partners who have lists of folks who they are supposed to be supporting, but we know that they have also received significant cuts. We saw the impact on that on their staffing months ago, not to mention funding that they were supposed to have access to be able to pay for things like housing and which were promised to folks as we let them in. And as a county, I know we've already been scrambling to help try to absorb some of that, but I would imagine that has impacts on the difficulties with coordination there as well. So just wanted to name that, and if I see. Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to mention too, we specifically, said this was going to be on Medicare. So I appreciate everyone and Director Hong for being here. I know that HHS is doing a deeper dive on the SEF services later this week. And we did not request that our ACAO, Luisa Cardona, who oversees many of these things, is not here today. So I just want to mention that there are a lot of services, and these conversations can go in so many different areas. But Director Hong, if you wanted to respond to that.
Yeah, I think as we're moving and adapting and ensuring that we're doing our very best to meet the varying needs that are arising as resources are becoming more scarce, the coordination is absolutely essential. And so for people experiencing homelessness, the case management teams that work with those who are either in our emergency shelters or for those who are even unsheltered, when we're looking at trying to get them enrolled in Medicaid, because oftentimes it's lapsed because they have lost all of their documents, then we work with Sean's team to look back at whether they've been enrolled previously and how can we facilitate that re-enrollment. But with the impending cuts, we do expect that this population will certainly rely more than on emergency room treatment again. And when Medicaid was expanded, we were all so encouraged, those of us who work with those who are unhoused, to see so many of the people who had been impacted and uninsured for years to then be able to be enrolled in Medicaid and to receive services in the community. So it's just so much more efficient, and we are taking major steps backwards as a community, as a country, to a less efficient system of healthcare. And I think that's what all of us have been saying today, but we will continue to have to be adaptable and to strive to meet the needs of our community members every day.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Mink. I see we have Councilmember Friedson, and then we're going to let our HHS folks go back and do the work that they need to be doing.
Speaking of the work they need to be doing, I will be very brief. First of all, thank you for all of the work that you're doing. It is needed more than ever. I just wanted to lift up the community partners. I really appreciate all the work that those in county government are doing at DHHS. It is absolutely essential, but there is no possible way we could come even remotely close to meeting the needs that we have right now without really leaning in to the community partners, our nonprofit providers. And there have been times where this has been a challenging dynamic, where there have been some splits in the partnership, in the social safety net that I know has frustrated them, and they're being pushed and challenged more than ever. In many ways, they're the ones on the front lines doing much of the work in our community, digging deep. And I just want to lift up and reiterate that we really need to focus on that partnership now more than ever. So I know you have spoken to that. I want to just push it as hard as I possibly can to implore you to state that case to everybody in the department, that our partners are essential, and that if we are going to meet this need, we can't be focused on turf wars and who's responsible for what and who gets credit for what and whose job is what. It's all of our job to take care of everybody in our community, and the only way we're going to do it is if we do it together. So please, 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 that's my push and my request, and I appreciate your focus on it.
Thank you, Councilmember Freese. I just want you to know that we have done away with any irreconcilable differences, and we've gotten back together again, and we're ready to move forward because we learned a tough lesson during COVID, and we absolutely could not do the response that we had with COVID similarly to what we're doing now. We need our nonprofits, and we're having more conversations. So thank you for your comments.
Figuring it out and staying together for the children. That's what we need to do. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for refocusing on that. Certainly is as critical as it's ever been before. I'll yield back.
And I see Dr. Davis has joined the table, so I'm going to turn it over to her to say a few words.
I will make just one closing comment. I hope what you have taken away from this today's presentation is the full weight of HHS is behind this effort. We are working intensely with our nonprofit partners, with our Montgomery Cares clinics, with Nexus Montgomery, with the hospitals. We are even talking to the Medicaid MCOs. We are talking to the state. We are doing everything that we can to be ready for once we have the guidance to be able to push it out through all of the channels, through the libraries, through the rec centers, through the school systems, through all of those partners. But we as a county are ready, but I want folks to know that there will be people who will not be covered. Insurance premiums will go up for everybody. There will be people who are going to be hurt by this legislation, who will not get care, whose care will be delayed, who will be sicker because of it. And while we as a county have, I think, shown today that we are ready to address as much as we can, there will still be gaps, and we will not be able to address all of it. And so we appreciate the opportunity to come before the council and to share what we are doing and how we are preparing. But there are things that financially we can't solve. And just want folks to know that we are working as hard and as fast as we can to be ready, but we know that there are still going to be gaps and barriers that will continue to exist.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that is an excellent place to wrap up this incredible panel. It is, as was said, very scary times, and it's going to greatly impact our community. But I think the takeaway from seeing each and every one of you here and knowing that behind you are even more people in our Health and Human Services Department, I hope our residents will know that we all are working together on their behalf. And we look forward to continuing the conversation and just really appreciate all the work you're doing. I thank my council colleagues as well for their excellent questions and look forward to the continuing partnership. Thank you very much for today. Again, thank you to our staff. I think the packets that were put together, not just for this session, but for the other one, are really going to be foundational as we go through these next couple of months and even as we're preparing for the budget. So terrific work, and thank you for that. Agenda item next is our consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? Council Vice President Jawando moved. Council Member Katz seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And I do want to note on the consent calendar, just to lift up for folks, it was a resolution to confirm the appointment of the Director of Office of Zoning and Administrative Hearings. Ms. Saccone is here, and we just want to say congratulations and thank you so much to her for that effort, very much. Thank you so much. And with that, we are in recess until 1:30. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the November 4th Montgomery County Council meeting. Agenda item number 4 is a public hearing and action on a resolution to approve supplemental appropriation 26-21 to the FY26 capital budget, Montgomery County Government, Department of General Services, Montgomery County Public Schools, Bus Depot, and Maintenance relocation in the amount of $10,550,000. The source of funds is recordation tax premium. Council action is scheduled immediately following this hearing. There are no registered speakers for this hearing, so the public hearing is now closed. We are going to move on to the action portion of this item. And I'm going to see if we have a motion to approve supplemental appropriation 26-21. I got Council Vice President Jawando moved, Councilmember Lukey seconded. Not seeing anyone in the queue. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is everyone present. All right. Thank you. Next, we have agenda item number 5 is a public hearing and action on a resolution to approve supplemental appropriation 26-8 to the FY26 operating budget, Montgomery County Government, Office of Human Resources, hiring displaced federal workers in the amount of $180,000. The source of funds is general funds undesignated reserve. Council action is scheduled immediately following this hearing. There are no registered speakers for this hearing. The public hearing is now closed. We'll now move on to the action portion of this item. And we usually don't do this, but we actually had the Government Operations and Fiscal Policy Committee meeting before the public hearing. One of the reasons is because we know how important it is to move this forward. Council Vice President Jawando led on this, and we passed the bill that provides a hiring preference for fired or RIFT federal employees, and this is the money that will provide assistance to our Office of Human Resources to implement that bill that we passed. The Government Operations Fiscal Policy Committee recommended unanimously adoption of this. There was one small amendment that was moved during committee to specify that the funding is used for this purpose and that the Human Resources Department could not use it for other reasons, but that was adopted by the committee. Did I miss anything? No, I think we got it. And I'll turn to Council Vice President Jawando.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to the GO Committee. Really excited that we're moving this forward. Sad that we have to move it forward, but glad it's one of the many things we've done on this council to step up for our fired federal workers. This preference went into place a couple weeks ago, but this will provide the much needed resources to our HR department to make sure that those folks that we want you here. If the federal government is not has fired you, we think you would be a great asset here if a job fits. So thank you to my colleagues, and thank you, Madam President.
Great, thank you very much. So we have a recommendation from the committee. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Council Vice President Jawando, for your work on that. And next on our agenda is an interview. We are going to interview the county executive's nominee for Director, Department of Environmental Protection, Jennifer Macedonia. And we're going to first welcome the Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Madalino, who's going to introduce her. And Ms. Macedonia is virtual today and joining us. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. And Mr. Madalino, I will turn it over to you first.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Mr. Vice President, members of the County Council. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I'd like to start off by saying happy birthday to Mr. Howard, whose birthday I hear it is. And it's interesting that you and the county executive share so close a birthday, so you could party together, as his birthday was Sunday. I also want to take a moment before we get to Ms. Macedonia to again thank John Munger and recognize John's many contributions to the county as director of the Department of Environmental Protection. Of course, John left us as family opportunities took him out to the Pacific Northwest. So now we are moving forward with Jennifer Macedonia as our nominee for the Department of Environmental Protection. Greatly appreciate your willingness to be flexible because of her health right now. But it's interesting that the council vice president talked a little bit about the need to hire federal employees and the opportunities we have, because here we have a senior federal employee from the Environmental Protection Agency who's now interested in taking on this role with our Department of Environmental Protection. Miss Macedonia was the Deputy Assistant Administrator for Air, so a senior level person within the EPA, where she helped direct successfully the distribution of more than $10 billion in federal funds through the Inflation Reduction Act, and money that actually got out the door during the Biden administration, which was one of the many things that attracted us to her as director. She is a native of Connecticut. She went to Villanova University, where she has an engineering degree. Her career brought us to this area, where she has lived here in Montgomery County for 3 decades. She lives in Rockville. She's raised her daughters here, who have gone through Richard Montgomery High School. She was a soccer coach in our community, so she literally lives within walking distance of the council office building. So she has an impressive resume of accomplishments in the private sector and certainly with the federal government. And I think she brings together a wealth of opportunity and experience that will help us guide the department and our county during this interesting time as we continue to make progress on environmental protection issues, on solid waste issues, and we're managing what craziness is coming out of the Trump administration as far as how we're trying to evolve our program. So with that, Madam President, again, thank you so much for your willingness to keep this on schedule. And I look forward to listening to her answers and helping you through this process. It's going to be a little weird that I'm sitting here, she's over there, but hopefully we'll all manage this together.
We will. Thank you very much, Mr. Madaleno. Ms. Macedonia, really the thanks is extended to you. We know you're a bit under the weather, and we appreciate you being willing to be interviewed today. I'm going to ask you a few questions first, and then I will turn it over to my colleagues. Mr. Madaleno has started going through your background and credentials, but if you could tell us a little bit more about your background and qualifications as they relate to your appointment as Director of the Department of Environmental Protection, and please explain your understanding of the role of the Director as it relates to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And I do want to thank you for your understanding today, as I'm a bit under the weather, and allowing me to do this virtually. And also just want to say from the start, please don't misinterpret any low energy as a lack of enthusiasm, because I am just overjoyed at this opportunity. But I do want to start by thanking all of the council members for your consideration of my nomination, and also the county executive for nominating me for this exciting role. I also want to just mention I was happy to meet with several of you individually in the past week, but just wanted to thank Council Members Sales and Albernaz for your grace and understanding that I was not well enough to meet yesterday, and I really do look forward to meeting with you soon. As CAO Madaleno mentioned, I'm a 30-year resident of the county. I feel a deep connection to nature and understand the link between environmental harms and human health. For my whole career, I've been motivated to protect human health and the environment. Importantly, I believe that everyone has a right to clean air, water, and land where they live, work, and go to school. And too many people have experienced health impacts and a lower quality of life due to pollution. There's something we can do about that. Also, CAO mentioned that I was educated as a mechanical engineer, and from that I bring an analytical problem-solving approach to the challenges that are facing the county, and a hopeful view that solutions are available to improve our lives. I've also been honored to lead transformational climate and air quality programs at the U.S. EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, where I applied policy expertise and management skills that I gained over my 30-year career in environmental protection. That experience spans a breadth of issues and sectors, including evaluating air, water, and waste policies, and leading high-performing teams to advance climate action across a variety of sectors. That's transportation, electricity, buildings, industrial, land, and waste management sectors. And my experience at the national level, I believe, has equipped me to lead the county's implementation of key environmental initiatives, such as community choice energy and building energy performance standards in pursuit of the county's ambitious climate goals, and also has prepared me for the breadth of environmental issues that are on the agenda for the county. So in addition to serving the county that I call home, we all call home, I'm overjoyed at the chance to work with employees at the county's Department of Environmental Protection. I have appreciated their expertise and, as a county resident, benefited from their dedication to the health of our community. So it is wonderful to have the chance, if confirmed, to join them. To your second question, Madam President, about my understanding of the director and council roles, I understand the council sets the policy vision, passes legislation, and has final authority over the budget. And that the county executive's office and departments, such as the DEP, propose and implement the policies. So if confirmed as the head of DEP, I will look to the council for vision, maintain clear lines of communication. And I'm here to advise you, as well as the county executive, and to provide an analytical and policy lens to the environmental issues that face our county. And if confirmed, I will take your feedback very seriously. I will engage with stakeholders, and I will be very excited to lead this agency as I'm thoughtful and data-driven in my approach. Thank you for the opportunity to answer your questions today.
Great. Thank
Back
you.
to you.
Thank you very much. My second question, and you've touched upon one of these already, is that there are two significant issues that the next DEP director will need to address in the short term. One is community choice aggregation, recently approved by the council via expedited bill 27-25, and the other is the future of the county's resource recovery facility. Please provide your thoughts on how you would work collaboratively with the council and the community on these two pressing issues.
Well, based on my years of experience, including at EPA, I certainly value collaboration and meaningful community engagement. As I look to come up to speed on the county processes, I'm going to consult with my team and make sure that we are using the most effective measures to do so. For community choice aggregation, a key priority will be getting the program in place and being creative about how we leverage it. As the county and its residents move to electrify more of our end uses, that includes vehicles and heating, it's important to clean up pollution from electricity generation. And we're going to do our part to source affordable, clean electricity through the Community Choice Aggregation Program. Issues surrounding the future of the county's resource recovery facility are multifaceted. I understand there's some challenging long-term decisions to make by the council, and this is going to require close coordination, and I intend to stay in regular contact with the council members and your chiefs of staff. And I really look forward to working with you and the community on these really important issues going forward.
Thank you. In addition to the issues discussed in the last question, the Department of Environmental Protection provides leadership, direction, and coordination to the county in many other critical environmental areas such as stormwater management, water and sewer policy, forest conservation, air quality, and code enforcement. What other issues would you prioritize in the short, medium, and long term?
So I would say my short-term priorities include implementing those actions on community choice energy and municipal solid waste. In the medium term, the Department of Environmental Protection will also need to evaluate the available options to improve water quality. We have a state water permit coming up. We also need tools to assess the risks that county residents and businesses face from intense storms and future flooding, as well as affordable options to mitigate those risks. Longer term, a priority will be to support and ensure successful implementation of building energy performance standards to bridge the transition from the near-term baseline period through the building retrofit timeline, as well as looking to additional actions in the county's climate action plan in our aim to meet those very important goals.
Great. How will you address racial equity and social justice issues as they relate to the Department of Environmental Protection?
So as I mentioned in my intro, I believe everyone deserves clean air, water, and land as a fundamental right. Environmental justice has been a core part of everything that I've done at EPA, where I oversaw, as mentioned, development of billion-dollar climate and air quality programs. It was a core part of my mission there to ensure that those programs were equitable, that all interested parties had a voice, and that, consistent with the law, at least 40% of the benefits flowed to low-income and disadvantaged communities that often are not just underserved, but faced the brunt of overpollution and are particularly vulnerable to those health challenges. I intend to bring those experiences to my work at DEP if confirmed. And I also understand that the county's DEP takes racial equity and social justice very seriously as a dedicated program lead and incorporates social justice into everything that the department does. So I would intend to continue that going forward.
Great, thank you. My final question is, are there any potential conflicts of interest of which we should be aware?
Not that I'm aware of.
Terrific, thank you. Those are all the questions I have. I will turn to colleagues to see if any have any questions. First, I have Council Member Sales.
All right, thank you, Council President Stewart. Thank you, Ms. Macedonia, for your time and for considering this role. Your resume details an impressive career in the public and private sectors, helping advance critical environmental policy. I think your experience leading the indirect implementation of teams that directly distributed over $10 billion of the Inflation Reduction Act grants related to decarbonization across building and transportation infrastructure is closely aligned with the duties of this job. As you know, the county, like many other jurisdictions, is exploring cleaner, innovative, and more sustainable.
We hear her.
Oh, are you still there?
I'm still here, yes.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, did I disappear?
Yes, briefly.
I'm sorry, that was my fault. I removed the spotlight on, thought it was just going to be for my view, and I didn't mean to take it away from everyone, but I didn't want to be looking at myself. I wanted to see you.
Okay.
Sorry.
And so, as you know, the county, like many other jurisdictions, is exploring cleaner, innovative, and more sustainable alternatives to processing our waste. In your professional career, can you please discuss any specific examples of system building work processes that you have initiated, resulting in long-term structural change, and how you propose managing our trash collection more effectively?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Sales, and for mentioning my time at EPA, implementing the Inflation Reduction Act programs. I think that's the place I would start as an example of building systems that are effective. EPA received, as mentioned, over $10 billion, actually over $11 billion in climate and air quality programs just within the Air Office alone. And that is on par with the budget of the entire agency. And this was at a time when EPA was implementing quite a lot of regulatory efforts on its agenda. So what I needed to do when I was brought on to oversee the Inflation Reduction Act programs was to build new systems, to build teams, to staff up, and find a way to resource this program and build not just opportunities to pass the funding through, but to build robust technical assistance for grantees and to ensure that the funding was going to good use. So I think we had to develop a series of systems and operations within that team to ensure that the funding was spent effectively and that it was a good use of taxpayer dollars. As I look to address issues with the resource recovery facility and long-term municipal solid waste disposal in the county, I will look to build on those types of systems and processes and ensure that we are collaborative, we are thoughtful and data-driven in our approaches, and we are thinking about the long-term needs of the county.
Yes, thank you for your response. It's one thing to appropriate money. We all enjoy giving out money. I just wanted to better understand your direct experience managing and implementing a program that has resulted in systemic or structural changes related to environmental improvements.
Well, I can draw on another example, which is implementation of the acid rain program at EPA. This is a program to regulate power plants based on significantly high levels of two air pollutants that cause significant damage, sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides. And I was brought on early on in the development of this program after the Clean Air Act amendments passed to build a program. We as a team, relied on a very innovative approach that had never been used before at the national level. So we took an economic theory that was passed through legislation as a concept and made that happen into a workable, implementable program. We looked at a variety of different system level approaches. One of them was to build in incentives for compliance. Another was continual assessment of the program to look back at what's working, what's not, and how can we improve. And a third was really focusing on engagement of the regulated community as well as other interested stakeholders. So making sure that we were available and thought of it as, thought of them as our customers in terms of being available to support the program, deal with issues that arise, and ensure that we have successful implementation.
Thank you. I'm sure we can follow up to find out what baseline data was collected before the program was implemented and then the outcome, if you're able to share that. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, I'm sorry I forgot to mention that because the acid rain program is touted as one of the most, if not the most effective program at EPA's history at the national level of reducing those sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxide emissions for the power sector across the whole country. But I'd be happy to follow up with some additional information. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Mink.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for your interest in this position. The expertise that you are potentially bringing to our county is very exciting. And thank you for the excellent work that you've done at the EPA. Back in January 2024, then Director Munger had advised my office that DEP was about to start formulating an anti-litter action plan. And I'll note, I'm sure I'm not the only council member who receives lots and lots of emails about litter. And you can't hear the murmurs coming from everybody, but they're there. So that was to address the systematic challenges. It really is a systemic issue in mitigating the impact of litter on, our natural environment, on public health, general quality of life in the county, et cetera. And once completed, DEP had indicated that the action plan would facilitate collaboration between DEP and MNC PPC, DOT, the urban districts, regional service centers, and MCPS. And my office had subsequently strongly encouraged them to also incorporate the State Highway Administration in that effort as well, which I understand they intended to do. Unfortunately, the work on that, from what I understand, has apparently stalled, and I would assume because of staff resource issues. And so if confirmed, would you work with DEP's Chief of the Watershed Restoration Division to get that effort, support that effort, get it back on track? And do you have thoughts on how to ensure that such an effort would produce a meaningful outcome, especially within such a difficult fiscal environment?
Thank you very much for that question. Still getting up to speed on some of the issues covered by DEP, but I intend to meet with the staff if confirmed, and certainly work through the variety of issues facing DEP, including working with the Chief of the Water Division and understanding how to get the litter plan back into place.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am not, Councilmember Glass, our chair of our Transportation Environment Committee.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Ms. Macedonia, I hope you feel better. It was nice chatting with you last week. And your leadership here in the county comes at a critical crossroads, quite frankly. When the federal government is backtracking on long-standing global agreements to fight climate change, we know that we have an obligation here locally and statewide to leave our community greener and cleaner for current and future generations. And you listed a number of items that DEP is currently charged with leading, from BEPS to the incinerator, to community choice, to expanding composting, and as was just noted, stormwater management. There is a lot. In my opinion, the council has not provided enough resources to DEP in the last number of budgets to accommodate that growing body of work. I hope that is something that we change in this upcoming budget. But all of that is to say there is a lot of work to do. And so your background, I think, having managed nearly $10 billion at the EPA with the Inflation Reduction Act, is notable. It speaks to your organizational skills and technical skills. And so I look forward to working with you because these are big, complex problems that we are actively and eagerly trying to solve. And I also want to just take a moment and thank Mr. Seltzer for serving in an acting capacity during this time. But Ms. Macedonia, I look forward to working with you. These are big problems, big challenges, and we have to do them together. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Glass. I very much look forward to working with you as well.
Okay. Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments from folks. So again, Ms. Macedonia, thank you. Mr. Iannino, thank you for being here today. And we look forward to moving forward with this nomination. Anything else?
I just thank you so much to Councilmember Glass for pointing out Mr. Seltzer
Yes.
for being in the audience, and to thank him and the entire team at DEP in keeping everything running. These are challenging times. There are a lot of issues on their plate. We're dealing with an unfriendly administration at the federal level, so it's great. And again, Madam President, thank you so much for keeping this on schedule, because as Councilmember Glass outlined many of the issues, it's so important for us to keep moving forward and not losing the momentum, and being able to get back to you on several of these issues. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Seltzer, thank you so much, and the whole team at DEP for continuing to keep things moving. So thank you so much. All right. With that, we'll move on to our next item. We will move on to our legislative session. This is legislative day number 27. There is one bill for introduction, Bill 34-25, Legislative Process Climate Assessment Amendments. The lead sponsors are Councilmember, excuse me, well, couldn't get it out. Council members Balcom and Lukey. A public hearing is scheduled for December 2nd, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. I'll first turn it over to Councilmember Balcom to see if she has any comments before turning over to Ms. Wellens.
Great, thank you. So as we all know that the Office of Legislative Oversight is required to prepare climate assessments for each bill introduced, and that the Planning Board is required to do climate assessments for all zoning text amendments, master plans, and master plan amendments. Included in the law is a requirement for an evaluation of the identified impacts of community resilience and adaptive capacity, although those terms were never defined. And because there's no definition of community resilience and adaptive capacity, there's been inconsistency in how those terms are defined and used. So without a specific definition, both OLO and planning use different definitions. So planning uses the definition of sustainable ability of the network of people to use availability to withstand, respond, recover, and adapt to future climate hazards. The OLO expands that to include the community resilience and the bounce back of community climate resilience. So because these two are different, also within the organizations, they're not applied consistently because of the lack of definition. And given the conversation we just had with Ms. Macedonia, it's just really important that the climate assessment focuses on climate issues and not go into economic, environmental, housing, infrastructure, institutional systems, which are far broader than the original intent of the bill. And so this is a very simple bill. It introduces definitions for climate resilience. It introduces a definition for climate hazard. And because of those two definitions, it takes out the adaptive capacity. We have had conversations with both LO and Planning Department to provide input, and they agree with these changes, that the changes would clarify the original intent of the legislation. So that's it for me.
Great. Councilmember Lukey, do you have anything to add?
I just want to thank Councilmember Balcom for her leadership on this, and for the affected departments for being willing to partner and make sure that we can get everybody on the same sheet of music. That helps everyone have a positive common understanding. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Ms. Wellens, anything to add?
Nothing to add. Thank you, Madam President.
Great. Councilmember Albornoz?
Thank you. As the co-lead for the original bill, I agree with your assessment on the intent. So happily sign as a co-sponsor, and a good example of the evolution of a bill originally implemented that needs to be taken a look at once it's actually gotten out on the street.
Great. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. This bill is introduced. Agenda item number 8 is the call of bills for final reading. There are 3 bills on our agenda for consideration today. The first is Expedited Bill 23-25, Early Care and Education Coordinating Entity. A joint Education and Culture and Health and Human Services Committee recommends enactment with amendments. I'm going to turn it over to Chair Jawando to walk us through this.
Thank you, Madam President, and really happy. I know my co-chair is very happy to be here today as well as probably all colleagues to be moving these set of bills forward. 23-25, it really is going to build a stronger foundation to do the work that we want to do in early care and education. You'll remember in 2021, the council passed Bill 4221, which was established the Early Care and Education Coordinating Entity. That effort, which was led by our former colleague Nancy Navarro, was born out of the urgent need to have a designated entity that could work at a systems level to affect change that we know we needed and still need to have more of our 50,000 kids 0 to 4 in early care and education that's affordable, and to pay our instructors the right amount, and to make sure it's more accessible for families. Earlier this year, Councilmember Gabe Albornoz, the chair of HHS, and I introduced this bill, co-sponsored by Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez, and thank you for that, because we knew that there needed to be changes made. After 2 joint committee sessions and a lot of discussion on the topic, I personally, and I think I probably speak for the committee because it was a 5-0 recommendation, we're very satisfied with the bill that you see before you today, which incorporates lessons learned since embarking on this path in 2021. It also includes cooperation and coordination, no pun intended, between COA and DHHS leaders. And I want to thank them for going back several times and working out compromises. I want to thank Ms. Nicole Rodriguez Hernandez for her work and helping shepherd this process, and all of those who contributed to it to make it not controversial in the end here. So just to give you the highlights briefly, the bill will do 3 things or 4 things: alter the composition of the board of the entity by reducing the DHHS representatives from 3 to 2, and by reducing the number of higher education representatives from 3 to 2. And it would clarify the permitted uses by the entity, the COA in this case, of county funds and non-county funds. And it would restate that the entity's commitment to racial equity and social justice, and clarify some of the duties related to public outreach regarding the importance of quality early care and education, and a few other technical clarifications. And it was a 5-0 joint committee vote. So back to you, Madam President. Or to...
Yep, I was going to send it over to the co-chair of the committee, Councilmember Albornoz.
So that was a really great summary, and I just have a couple of things to add. First, I want to acknowledge Kristen Tribble and my staff who did a lot of heavy lifting on this, and also just want to express my deepest appreciation to all the stakeholders for their patience as we have worked through this process. There was never a question at any point in this entire conversation about our commitment and our belief and our faith in the folks that are working on the ground. Similar to my comments on the last bill that was introduced, once a bill is introduced and it actually goes out on the street, we always have to look and evaluate to see how it needs to be changed so that we ensure it's implemented the way we originally intended it to be implemented. And so with that information, I think we've arrived at a really good place. And I also want to especially acknowledge my colleagues on the 20th Council who were new to this issue coming into this and have learned a heck of a lot about early childhood and education. Your feedback and input has strengthened this work, and I have total confidence that it's only going to get stronger moving forward. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Before I turn it to colleagues for questions and comments, Ms. Wellens, is there anything else that we needed to cover?
No, nothing else to add. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Friedson.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to the sponsors and the stakeholders and council staff and all of the agency stakeholders for their work on this. I think it's at a better point now than it was when it was introduced, and I appreciate that. I had some real concerns about it, and I'm prepared to vote for it today. I did just really want to highlight and lift up that a lot of focus as part of this bill discussion and as part of the budget discussions that we've had previously have been focused on the entity, the COA, and I think we need to focus a lot more and think through as we move forward on the DHHS and the MCPS piece of this that oversee $300 million of the early child care efforts. And I do think we need to continue the work that we've started in joint committee to scrutinize the role and what we're getting out of the role and how this partnership is actually working, where we're still not serving a huge proportion of our most vulnerable kids. So I just want to note that, it's not a criticism of what we're doing here with this bill. I think it's important to clarify the roles and whose job is what, and make sure that we avoid some of the turf dynamics that we've seen related to some of the implementation of the early care initiatives that we have been working on for many years. But we need to really focus in on incentivizing a way to maximize the investments that we're getting and make sure that we're reaching more of our most vulnerable kids, because it's going to be needed now more than it's ever been, as we have talked about before, and as we had the conversation earlier with the community partners and how we're coordinating between county government and our service providers. There is no better example of that, I think, than in early childcare and the need for MCPS and DHHS and all of our nonprofit and for-profit early childcare providers to be working together and fully coordinated and all on the same page for what the vision is and how we're going to implement it and how we're going to fund it as we move forward. So I hope we lean into that. I hope this is the beginning or the continuation of really doubling down on that effort, because we can do what we want with legislation and with entities that we set up, but ultimately we're going to really need to focus in on it, and it starts with the government side of things, the MCPS side of things, the county government side of things, working together and coordinating with the nonprofit sector. So appreciate the work and look forward to really focusing in on that as we move forward after this bill moves forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam President. I am very proud and grateful to the lead sponsors of this bill. I was just a co-sponsor paying attention in the back. Two things very quickly. Early childhood education, that's part of the economic development agenda. This is the future workforce, and we need to really ensure that we add more seats to early childhood. Right now, we're only serving about 1/3 of the most vulnerable population, and that is not okay. It should be countywide, and I know and trust that we're working towards that goal, that every single child will have the foundation that they need so by the time they get to kindergarten, they know how to read and write, and this is not a joke, use the toilet. Many of the kids who are going to kindergarten right now, they're not potty trained. And that should shock everybody in this room and beyond. That's how bad things right now. And it's getting worse if we don't act and use our values with our checking account and make sure that we're putting more kids into these programs. So I look forward to continuing this work that started, as Councilmember Albornoz mentioned, before I got to this position, which is now that there is so much more that we still need to work on. But thank you so much for all your work.
Thank you. I also want to extend my thanks to both the committees, to everyone who worked on this. I know it was a lot of work, and I know particularly for Councilmember Albornoz, he's glad we got it in. So thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions or comments at this time. We have a motion from the Joint Committee Education and Culture and the Health and Human Services Committee. This is a roll call vote, so I'll turn it over to the clerk.
Councilmember Luedtke.
Yes.
Councilmember Luedtke votes yes. Councilmember Mink.
Yes.
Councilmember Mink votes yes. Councilmember Sales.
Yes.
Councilmember Sales votes yes. Councilmember Friedson.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedson votes yes. Councilmember Glass.
Yes.
Councilmember Glass votes yes. Councilmember Katz.
Yes.
Councilmember Katz votes yes. Councilmember Albornoz.
Yes.
Councilmember Albornoz votes yes. Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez votes yes. Councilmember Balcom.
Yes.
Councilmember Balcom votes yes. Councilmember Jawando. Councilmember Jawando votes yes. Councilmember Stewart.
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart votes yes.
All right, the next bill for the council's consideration is Bill 11-25, Child Care Coordination Amendments. The Joint Education and Culture and Health and Human Services Committees recommends enactment. Again, I will turn back over to Chair Jawando of the Education and Culture Committee.
Yes, very briefly, this is just a efficiency step here that we don't need this structure anymore based on the current structure of the COA and the way DHHS are working together in the coordinating entity. So this is cleanup, and I really appreciate the county executive for sending this over and Council President Stewart for allowing us to move it on quickly. And I think it will help us continue to get where we want to get as we start every meeting on this topic, getting more of our kids in high quality seats. So thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Not seeing any questions or comments on this. We have a motion from the Education and Culture and Health and Human Services Committees. This is a roll call vote, so I'll turn it over to the clerk.
Councilmember Luedtke.
Yes.
Councilmember Luedtke votes yes. Councilmember Mink.
Yes.
Councilmember Mink votes yes. Councilmember Sales.
Yes.
Councilmember Sales votes yes.
Councilmember Friedson?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedson votes yes. Councilmember Glass?
Yes.
Councilmember Glass votes yes. Councilmember Katz?
Yes.
Councilmember Katz votes yes. Councilmember Albornoz?
Yes.
Councilmember Albornoz votes yes. Councilmember Fanning Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Fanning Gonzalez votes yes. Councilmember Balcom?
Yes.
Councilmember Balcom votes yes. Councilmember Jawando?
Yes.
Councilmember Jawando votes yes. Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart votes yes.
All right, thank you. Our final bill for the council's consideration today is Bill 28-25, Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Parking in Bikeways Prohibited. The Transportation Environment Committee recommends enactment with amendments. I'm going to turn it over to the lead sponsor as well as the chair of the Transportation Environment Committee to walk us through this, because I think this one we have a little extra to go over. So, Chair Glass.
We do. We have a few things to work through at full council because of late-breaking information. But on October 6th, the T&E Committee unanimously passed Bill 2825. I want to thank Council members Luedtke, Friedson, and Fanning Gonzalez for co-sponsoring the legislation. The reason I introduced this legislation is because it was necessary. The bill is very simple. It keeps bike lanes clear, and it prohibits vehicles from standing, stopping, or parking in bikeways. Our dedicated bike lanes are safety infrastructure, but they can only work if people can actually use them safely. In the first 9 months of this year, there have been 115 cyclist-involved crashes, 6 with serious injuries, and 1 ended up with a fatality. Additionally, there are 310 pedestrians that have been injured in the first 9 months of this year, and 12 people were killed while simply walking on our roads. This is unacceptable. And so Bill 2825 builds on the Safe Streets Act and our broader effort to protect pedestrians and bicyclists at intersections and at crosswalks, investing in safer infrastructure and advancing our Vision Zero goals. This bill also aligns us with the city of Rockville, Washington, D.C., and Howard County, all of which prohibit parking in bike lanes. So now's the time that we do the same. I want to thank the Washington Area Bicyclists Association for their advocacy and thank my Chief of Staff, Valeria Carranza, for her work on this legislation. With that, I'll yield back to you, Madam President, knowing that Ms. Wellens has some additional items to talk through.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair Glass. Ms. Wellens, do you want to walk us through the decision points for the full council today?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam President, and thank you for the chair for the explanation. Yes, there are a couple of potential amendments that were not before the committee, but are being brought to your attention as the result of some follow-up research and clarifications from council staff and also working with the staff of the Department of Transportation. So I'll bring your attention to, to the staff memorandum. Page 6 of the staff memorandum, you'll see that there is an outstanding issue for the full council clarification of penalties. And the committee had asked council staff and other staff at the work session to clarify what the penalty is for parking in the bikeway. And it turns out that the fees for the parking penalties are specified by annual council resolution. The one that's applicable to this fiscal year obviously doesn't particularly mention parking in bikeways, since that will be put into law as a result of this bill. And so the suggestion here is to provide for a transition period. So in between the time that the bill becomes law and the time that the council adopts the new fees for the next fiscal year, that the fee for parking in bikeways would be set at $60, which is comparable to all of the other similar fees that apply for parking violations. They're almost all set at $60, except for the parking in handicap spaces, which is $250. So that the text for that amendment is at the very bottom of page 6 to have an uncodified transition period, just stating again that between the effective date of the act and the adoption of a resolution under sections 2-57A for fiscal year 2027, the fine for a violation of section 31-20 A11 must be $60.
Great. Do I have a motion for that amendment?
So moved.
Councilmember Glass moved. Councilmember Balcom seconded. I don't see anyone with a question. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. And that's unanimous. Okay, Ms. Wellens, the next one.
Thank you. And then the next one relates to some clarifying information from the Department of Transportation staff. And I would direct your attention to an addendum to the staff memorandum, which was posted yesterday on November 3rd. And I believe that staff from Department of Transportation are here should you have questions about this. But essentially, the committee adopted an amendment that had been recommended by the Department of Transportation, which specified that there would not be any stopping or standing or parking of a vehicle, whether occupied or not, on a bikeway, except where parking is specifically allowed by signs on a shared use roadway. It was that exception language that was DOT suggested adding. However, subsequently, it turns out that really there are not signs specifically permitting parking as a practical matter. The way that it works is that there are signs prohibiting parking, not permitting it. So really this language is not really applicable to the reality of how the signage is. So the amendment for your consideration to address this issue is on page 2 of the addendum. And this amendment would basically, it would to be consistent with the existing signage that exists, it would allow parking on, it would allow parking to occur on the shared use roadways, except where prohibited by official signage, which is consistent with existing law, because section 3112 of the code already prohibits parking where an official sign prohibits it. I know that's a little bit confusing, including the way I explained it probably, but there are kind of two parts to this amendment. So it would be taking out shared use roadways from the definition of bikeway. And again, the reason is that it's already prohibited. Like you already can't, it's already illegal to park where a sign says you can't on a shared use roadway. And then it would be to take out that exception language that's not reflective of the reality. Happy to try to answer any further questions, or again, DOT is here if you need them. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Ms. Mullins. All right, this is in the addendum for today's agenda for this item. Do I have a motion to move this amendment?
So moved.
Councilmember Glass moved. Councilmember Sales seconded. I'm not seeing any questions, Ms. Mullins, so I think you described the fact that we don't have to explicitly prohibit, which we are already prohibiting, so that is why we did this. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand, and that is unanimous. Any other items, Ms. Mullins?
That is it. Thank you so much.
All right, terrific. That is it for this. Since we have a recommendation from the committee, but we had 2 amendments that we accepted, I need a motion to move this bill.
So moved.
Second. I have a motion by Councilmember Glass and a second by Councilmember Balcom, and this is a roll call vote. So, Madam Clerk, will you call the vote?
Councilmember Luedtke?
Yes.
Councilmember Luedtke votes yes. Councilmember Mink?
Yes.
Councilmember Mink votes yes. Councilmember Sales?
Yes.
Councilmember Sales votes yes. Councilmember Friedson?
Yes.
Councilmember Friedson votes yes. Councilmember Glass?
Yes.
Councilmember Glass votes yes. Councilmember Katz?
Yes.
Councilmember Katz votes yes. Councilmember Albornoz?
Yes.
Councilmember Albornoz votes yes. Councilmember Fanning Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Fanning Gonzalez votes yes. Councilmember Balcom?
Yes.
Councilmember Balcom votes yes. Councilmember Jawando? Councilmember Jawando votes yes. Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart votes yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wellens, for that work on the last 3 bills. The council will now sit as the district council for action on a resolution to approve an amendment to the master plan for historic preservation, Timberlawn. The Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee recommends approval. I'll turn it over to the chair of PHP, Councilmember Friedson.
Thank you, Madam President. This is an exciting one. The council received a presentation on this amazing project. It really should give us a sense of pride of the history of Montgomery County and the people who have made history in Montgomery County. This is an effort at Timberlawn to designate a property that satisfies all of the required criteria to be designated for the Master Plan for Historic Preservation and is a celebration of Special Olympics, which was founded right here in Montgomery County at Camp Shriver by the Shriver family. And I just wanted to give a special acknowledgement for Ms. Ballo for all of her work and her seamlessly moving into her new role. We spent quite a bit of time of congratulating her at the committee and thanking her for all of her incredible work. And I want to thank the property owner here who really came forward and supported this. Too often, historic preservation is used as an obstruction or is used as a way, whereas it's opposed by a property owner, it becomes very contentious and very ugly on both sides of the dynamic, where it's either not used as it is intended to be, or it is opposed even though it's being put forward for the right reasons. This is not one of those cases. This is the most possible positive case where everybody is on the same page, and we are celebrating the work of Eunice Kennedy Shriver and the work of Camp Shriver and the efforts that really started right here in Montgomery County of a global movement to focus on inclusion and to ensure that everybody can have an opportunity to lead healthy and included lives and belong to a place and a space and an organization and a community. So really excited by this. I really appreciate the work. I'm happy to turn it over to council staff or Ms. Ballo to share any specifics here, but we did have an in-depth conversation in committee. We did get a full presentation at the full council, and we do have a 2-0 committee recommendation from the PHP committee.
Ms. Dunn, you want to go over?
Good afternoon. The only thing that I would add to all of that is, one, I will turn it to Ms. Ballo to see if she has any comments, but just to let you know that the staff report contains circle pages 3 and 4 of the resolution that you'll be approving today as part of approving this amendment to the Master Plan for Historic Preservation.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Dunn. Ms. Ballo?
Thank you. Rebecca Ballo for the record. I really have nothing to add, only to thank Ms. Dunn for her support and to thank the PHP committee for that heartfelt endorsement for this designation. We really appreciate it, and also reiterate our thanks to the property owner who brought this forward to our office and has been a wonderful partner in the preservation of this very important site. So thank you.
Great.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge in the staff packet you'll see from Eileen McNamara, the author of the book, The Kennedy That Changed the World, noting one of the great architects of a major civil rights movement in the United States in the second half of the 20th century, the fight for disability rights. And I'll say Eunice Kennedy Shriver was the Kennedy that changed the world, and she's the who, and the where is in Montgomery County at this property, and I think we should all be very proud of that fact. So with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Ballo and everyone for their terrific work on this. I think all of us very much appreciated the presentation, and I think the video highlighting this work that is on the website is terrific. So thank you for lifting this up and bringing it to our attention. And I think we'll all be very glad to raise our hand in support of this. So we have a PHP committee recommendation. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. So thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your work. All right, that is it on our agenda. One programming note, the council will not be meeting next Tuesday, November 11th, in observance of Veterans Day. So we will return on November 18th, and that will be our last scheduled meeting before the end of November and the Thanksgiving holiday. So thank you, everyone, and we'll see you on the 18th. We're adjourned.